I do not see. She called in or she? Okay, that's what. I think it's. My head is. Okay. Apologize for the little bit of confusion, but we were looking for the Reverend Mike Stone and also Chase.
I think he thought the meeting was at 7.
He may have.
He announced.
So I'm gonna make a specific change to the agenda just to accommodate, because I really would like him to be here. I think rather than, well, first, let me call a meeting to order. This meeting is to order at 6:32. And this notice is posted pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of Nassau Bay, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on June 10th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. at Council Chambers, City Hall, 1800 Space Park Drive, Suite 200, Nassau Bay, Texas. I believe everyone is here but Ashley, and we thought Ashley would be zooming in, but we may be having some technical difficulties. I understand her family is in Alaska. So with the heat now, I really wish it was. So you have an agenda rather than starting with the invocation, because the Reverend Stone was going to provide that. We have a very special presentation here for the pledge, which is for the coaches of the Nautica swim team. I don't know if you noticed coming in, but please notice as you're going out, we actually raised the Nautica flag underneath the Texas flag. So we're flying the Nautica colors, just they had their first home meet this past weekend. So with that, I will ask the Nautica coaches to come on up and help us with the leading of the Pledge of Allegiance. Come on up. Right, standing in front, right in line. Because I'm going to ask you your names after this.
Yeah.
I gotta think my answer.
Yeah. So here's the American. You guys get to lead.
It's not.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then there's the Texas one there. If you look. All right, dude. Yeah, that may be some. You know what? That's what you know.
Wait, Kyler is here, Kyler.
Ready? Start, guys.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. So let me come down here a little bit. I would really like you guys to introduce yourselves. Give your name, you know, how long you've been in the Nauticats. And anything you want to say about the meet at the end, but let us know what role you do and the things like that. So everybody here knows what's going on. And since you're the lucky one right next to me, even though I see them kind of, you know, why don't you start?
My name is Tom Gerard. I'm, of course, a coach for Nauticats. I've been in Nauticats since around third grade, and I truly love this. And it's taught me a lot about leadership.
Good for you.
I'm Kyla, and I've been on Nauticats since I was in second grade.
Second grade,
Yeah. And
Kyla, right?
yes. And I don't know, that's really fun.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm Alex. I've been on the team since 2012, I know. Just been a real great over 10 years now.
And you're both coaches, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
any specific area that you coach or just you
No.
guys share and do? the
Yeah,
things?
no, just general
Yeah,
volunteer
okay.
coaching.
I'm Taryn Blatt. I've been on the Nauticats for I think about 12 years, and I'm just a volunteer coach.
Hi, I'm Grace Smith. I'm the head coach and I have been a Nauticat for 14 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm Max Demarest. I'm a volunteer coach. I've been on the teams for 11 years. It's my second year coaching. And I'm a volunteer coach.
Is there a head coach? I thought that was, you didn't say that. That's why I wanted to.
Yeah.
Anyways, you guys have done a really good job. Appreciate you doing that. Let's give a round of applause. Okay. Moving on, I'm going to, like I said, move to the ceremonial oaths. So, Lucy, Kaylee, and myself, Ashley, will have to do this at another time. You're the newbie. You're the newbie. But,
Raise your right hand and repeat after me using your name and the position that you're being elected to. Sworn to. I, Dick Gray,
Bill Johnson,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of the city of Nassau Bay,
of the city of Nassau Bay
and your petition,
for mayor.
and will to the best of my ability
And
will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
of this state,
and of this state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I've got the form.
So before we go into the reception, James, I've got a couple of things for you. I know you said you didn't want anything, but I can't do that because you've been a real big help up here. So please come on down. First and foremost, I want to give you the Compass Rose couple. And that is to just be in recognition that you always declare Nassau Bay your home. You're a second generation. You've done things, you've been a champion, and you need no recognition, but you wear it as a badge. And I really wanted you to have those. Thank you. The other is I gave you a money clip. All right, with the Compass Rose, but there's a particular reason here, and this is where it gets more serious. Every time you use this and bring this out, and I don't care if there's a 1 or 100 in there, I want it to be a recognition of the amount of money you save the city. When you look at the grants, the people that you know, the things that we have in the queue that a lot of people probably don't realize that are going to happen a year or two from now, a lot of that's because of what you've done. And it's going to represent significant economic advantage to the city. And I don't ever want you to forget that or even think that somebody doesn't know. So from that standpoint,
Thank you very much.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, Kelly, come on up for a second.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, come on up here. Where you going? Come on up, in the middle, in the middle. Sorry. There you go.
Nobody instructed me.
There you go. Way to go. Good job.
All right, there you go. Good job. Very well.
Okay, I forgot. So I'll give you.
And with that, we are going to break until 7 o'clock for what I coined as juice and cookies, so that we can give a good farewell to James and a hearty welcome to Haley.
Ashley.
Ashley, you're on, just in time for the juice and cookies. You're muted on yourself, just so you know. All right, we're gonna break for about 15 minutes. We're waiting for Reverend Stone to show up so he can do the invocation. So we will go to the, can you hear me? You can hear me? Okay, so we're gonna be breaking here until Reverend Stone comes, and we're going to give a bon voyage to James and welcome to Haley. Okay? All right. Good enough. We are taking a break. It is 6:42. You move to begin or restart our city council meeting. And specifically, I'd like to ask Reverend Mike Stone if he would come up and provide us with the invocation.
Right, to join me in prayer. God, we come before you with gratitude. We thank you for the beauty of Clear Lake, the countless herons, pelicans, egrets, and other birds who share this home with us. Remind us of our freedom and our invitation to care for the creatures and one another with awe and wonder. We thank you for the turn of the seasons and for a city that strives for safety and peace and to form our families in love and service. We thank you for the calling you've given every one of us to be good stewards of your creation. We love our neighbors as ourselves. We thank you tonight, God, for these your servants, for Phil, our mayor, for Paul, our acting city manager, for Jaime, Cecily, Tim, Tony, Tom, Robert, for Perry, Lacey, the rest of our city staff, and for Haley, Sarah, Chase, Lucy, Ashley, and Paula, our city council members, and Dick, our city attorney. We give thanks for the way of service they have chosen to take up on behalf of all of us here and the countless volunteers and staff and officers and EMTs that support our common good. So we pray that you would be glorified tonight through the decisions of this council. We pray that we would have the eyes to see how our lives are all connected and how our common good is upheld when we listen and respond to those most vulnerable among us. We pray that your kingdom will come in Nassau Bay as it is in heaven, through your power working in each of these your servants. We pray for wisdom, strength, for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. And may we put the interests of others above our own, and we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. We thank you again for this council, for our mayor, our city staff, our first responders, our hospital staff, and all those who work to make this place we call home such a wonderful city. Amen.
Before you go, is Ashley, have we communicated to?
She's there, I think she's gonna turn her video back on.
Okay, well, she's in, so you can hear. I didn't double to make sure you heard, Ashley.
Yep.
You mentioned to me that you have some board members here from St. Thomas.
We have the Pipe Oregon, it's called the Kimball Opus of Nassau Bay, is the name of the big corporation. And we have with us the treasurer, Stella Maston, the vice president, Garmin
Could you
Ashby.
raise your hand or step up?
Stella Maston right there, and Garmin Ashby right there, the vice president. And it looks like our secretary, Liz Corbin, did not make it tonight, but she may come in a little bit later.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you. All right. So then, moving on, I have the next item on the agenda is Keels and Wheels, the 2023 Hot Fund presentation. We have Keels and Wheels representative here.
Good evening. I'm Patty Ng. I'm the administrator for Keels and Wheels, and this is Gary Garnett from our board of directors. He's the head of marketing for Keels and Wheels. We came here first to just give Nassau Bay a big thank you for everything you've done to support us. It was a great year with Keels and Wheels. We had many firsts. We had the first antique motorcycle display with 18 antique motorcycles. We had the Captain Murchison, which is a boat that is co-staffed by the Texas Game Warden, the Texas Parks and Wildlife. We had the 60th year of Mustang, and we had Mustangs everywhere. And we had the 60th year of Donzies. And I had dinner one night with Nassau Bay owners that were also Donzi owners, and they were very excited to be there and excited to have Donzi represented. We think one of the biggest accomplishments that we've had with Nassau Bay this year, and I'm so happy to see her in that, was our partnership with Houston Methodist. And we have to thank the city of Nassau Bay with that. We were able to provide parking on concrete for people here in Nassau Bay. And then the funding helped us bring in free transportation from the hospital parking lot to the show. That was one of the biggest accomplishments. So thank you also, Houston Methodist. We're glad that you participated. I look forward to future participation as well.
And you're looking at Stephanie Clausen in particular.
Oh, okay, yes, yes, I'm sorry, waiting to, thank you, Stephanie. I just caught her eye when I came in, that was good, because they were here too, but we really appreciate that. The directions that we're heading with Keels and Wheels, we're in the process of deciding what our boats and our cars are gonna do for next year, what we're gonna recognize, and how we're gonna do, add to what we've already done. We had a tremendous, media campaign this year, both online as well as advertising from Channel 11 and Channel 2. We had spots on Channel 2 and Channel 11 as well as that, and we made sure that Nassau Bay was a part of all of that as well. And I have put in our report the actual statistics. I will not bore you with all of that tonight. I know you're grateful, but they are in our written report. Gary, did you want to add some things to what we're doing with Keels and Wheels?
No, we just want to thank National Bank for their support. There's some of the programs over here on the table, if anybody would like to take one. They're really nice. They have the National Bay ad, and your mayor has a page in there. Thank you.
Yeah.
We just want to thank you. We look forward to working with you more. I think it's a very good mix.
It was. We had Nassau Bay right here on the cover, and we're really, and you'll see the Nassau Bay on the back and side cover of the program. So we really appreciate everything you've done, and we look forward for bigger and better things.
Yeah, we kind of stepped up together this past year, so that's, and that, I think, everything I've heard is people really had a great time.
Well, good.
Just, I had other issues, I had to be out, but,
We're ready for something.
no, I wasn't.
Where?
I actually had surgery.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wish it was something exciting. It wasn't. So, no, but, no, we wanted to do that, and, I give credit to James. James
Yeah,
Abbey
thank
actually did, quite a bit to, facilitate that.
Well, and we really did work with the hotels a lot. I had called each of them, and they had special rates for all of our guests and things like that. So that worked out really well. And we can't ever thank the Hilton enough. They are always so accommodating for everybody that we have there. And the courtyard too, so.
All
All
right,
right?
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the citizens' comments, public hearing. Just so in case people are coming to speak relative to the special use permit, there's also a public hearing specifically for that. So I'd like people to save those comments for that part if it's in regards to the Chipotle and the Panda Express, and have the citizens' comments on topics other than that, unless you have some sort of conflict, but I'd like to at least arrange it that way.
Hi, my name is Michelle Weller, and I'm the president of the Queens Court Townhomes Association. We have 64 homes in our townhome association, and the board asked me to come and ask about the turn at corner of Saxony and Vinland, because there's no stop sign there. And several people just fly through that intersection, and one person has crashed into the wrought iron fence there. And they were wondering if we could have a stop sign there. So they also wanted me to say that they,
There used to be one there.
yeah, they don't know why it was taken away. So I guess we're gonna talk also later about the traffic in terms of having another drive-through, that's part of that. So collectively, they said that, you know, in terms of the traffic, they felt that, you know, would be part of it. There's a lot of traffic that comes through there and us turning there, but we can add that into that statement as well.
I would hold that for the public hearing,
Okay,
specifically for them.
okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else, any other comments? Got a full house, Glenn, come on up. Oh, he beat you, Roscoe.
Yep.
My name is Glenn Venables, 18222 Caprice Lane. I wanted to speak to the no wake ordinance, which is proposed. If I read it correctly, I wanted to speak in opposition to it. For the following reasons. Skiing, for 60 years, people have been skiing on Clear Creek. And this proposed ordinance would take that recreational opportunity away from this whole Clear Bay Area community. In addition, so I think it's the case of, while I'm sympathetic to the safety concerns, I think it's a case of overregulation. There already is in the ordinance, an ordinance for excessive speed and reckless driving of boats. And that certainly covers any reckless operation on Clear Creek, but I personally hate to see the opportunities taken away for people that like to ski and tube with their kids and grandkids, et cetera. So therefore, I just wanted to speak in opposition to that ordinance. That's it.
There's an agenda item coming on, but one of the things I think you'll be pleased in that discussion is there'd be an exception for water skiing as well. So in any event, we'll get to it.
Okay, all right.
Anybody else? Roscoe?
Roscoe Lee, 1631 Antigua Lane. I walk at Ward Park almost every morning with my two dogs that we got from the Nassau Bay Shelter. Ward Park is great. It's got lots of trees. It's got a walking trail. It's great because the trees give shade. But the trees also do a lot of dropping of branches during the year. And a lot of times the branches fall on the path and kind of block the way, but even when they're off the path, it interferes with the mowing that is done. So in the past, I've pulled those branches over to the trash can. The Public Works picks it up every day. And it's easy to do because my dogs that are 8 pounds and 16 pounds think they're sled dogs, so they pull me around the trash can. So they pull those branches easily. What I'm gratified to see is that this is apparently caught on because I noticed that other people are doing it. I don't see them these days, but I see mounds of branches by the trash can, so that's great. Last year, I also noticed that one of the benches at the Howard Ward Memorial area in Ward Park was broken, and Public Works removed it. And there was only one bench for a while. About a week ago, I noticed now that there's 2 new benches there, and I noticed them in the report.
I did that.
Public Works did that.
I did that.
Okay, or whoever did.
I did that, Roscoe.
Okay. Well, I want to say that I want to do a shout out to the residents that are doing the pickup because, you know, they're not doing it for recognition. They're doing it. I mean, Public Works can't go around and walk the paths and pick all these branches up. And that's great. And I appreciate the benches being replaced. I think that's great. So just a shout out to everybody that has the interest in keeping Ward Park up. It's a great park, heavily used by walkers, all walkers. Let's keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Roscoe.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Any more citizens' comments? This is for y'all. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. This hearing's closed at 7:18. Okay, moving on to council member comments. Paula?
I want to begin with the street eats. That was a really fun event. It was, in my mind, well organized, well attended. Everybody had a good time. We were able to recognize the placing of Chris Reed's plaque in a place of honor. His family was there, his mom. It was just so nice to see the family there and happy. And it does look great. If you get a chance, look inside the planter because there's some tiles inside the planter that represent things that he liked to do along with his plaque. And I think that was an important happening. So thank you for those that organized the street eats. It was well attended. I was really happy with that. I want to say something about the police department. I know we can't go into too much detail and we think we're from a small community and we are, but we've had a police officer save somebody's life in the city of Nassau Bay. So I want to say thank you to them. and we appreciate your hard work. We don't always hear the good things they do, but there certainly are good things that we don't know of, and I appreciate that. Last, I want to say thank you to Canby for the blue ribbons. They were all over the city, had them on our doors, had them on our trees, and that looked really good for the honoring the police force, and I appreciate that also. So good things in the city. We look great and had a good month. Thank you.
Lucy?
Just a few things. One, thank you for the beautiful invocation. I thought that was fantastic. I'd also like to thank everyone who reached out this week. There were a lot more than I expected people who emailed us, so I appreciate you sharing your opinion on what's happening with this agenda and what's going on in the city. So thank you.
Just a little bit?
Yes. The Nauticats coaches, they didn't mention this, but so far undefeated out of the first 2 of 5 meets. So they've been doing a fantastic job with all the kids in our neighborhoods. I'm really grateful for all of them too. And just looking forward to 4th of July and the community that it brings to us. Thanks.
All right, I would like to welcome you. So it's nice to have you up here. I was just telling her she's got the best seat in the house. Some great individuals up here. But no, I know she's gonna do great. She's gonna do good things for the city. Also wanted to say about the community involvement. I've been inundated with a ton of emails, which is a good thing to see. It's good to know that I live in a city where the citizens like to participate and have their full turn. So thank you for that. We definitely did hear you loud and clear. And then also just looking forward to water awards. I've got my golf course, my parents are ready to come down here and shoot people with water guns, so just be ready for that cold water, all right?
I would just like to say thanks for the warm welcome. I'm excited to serve this city. It's a pleasure to do this work for me, and I appreciate everyone on this council. I would echo what Paula, Lucy, and Chase have said, and please don't put freezing cold water in your water ducts.
Streets was awesome. It was fun to have that activity back. My kids always love it. I'm always the one that wants to leave the party and the rest of them never want to go. So I think I had to leave Alex there, Alex and the kids. But it was great. It was a great time. Welcome, Haley. Happy to have you up here. The Marine workshop was great, well attended. It's really nice to have citizen input, as we just said. And actually people come to things that they're really passionate about and speak up, and it's nice to have the opinion of people that live near, that area and tell us how they feel about stuff over there. So that was great. Naughty Hack is in full swing. The mayor was cooking at the last swim meet. Did try to charge them more. He was trying to charge councilmen more for their food, but, just careful around the pool, lots of kids on bikes. I mean, I've told my kids a million times to stop at every stop sign and, wear their helmets, but I don't know how often they stop at every stop sign and look around. See you guys on July 4th, because that's around the corner, and we won't have a council member between now and then, or, council meeting between now and then, so, looking forward to seeing everybody there.
Comes to me. Welcome, Haley. Oh, Ashley. Whoops, I'm sorry. You didn't see me there.
Hello, can y'all hear me okay? Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, hello and sorry for my tardiness, and hello from Alaska. Just a sincere congrats to Haley for joining council. I'm looking forward to working with you. A sincere thanks to James Abbey for all the work that he did on council. I've seen a lot of members come and go, and I think he spent a lot of his personal time getting a lot of great things done for our city. So thank you, James. Thanks to all the residents who emailed us today. I think we had a flow of emails, and sorry if I did not get to respond to everyone, but do appreciate your input and concerns. I'd also like to thank all the election workers and Lacey for all their hard work during the election. I ran into a whole table of election workers having fun, I think a week ago at Mediterranean. So I think, despite all the hard work, a lot of friendships were made and forged. So thanks to those. Also, thanks to Jim Stoa for Paddle the Peninsula event that took place a week ago. We had a lot of fun at Windermere and honoring Camp Hope, and Dustin from Chick-fil-A. Sorry that the event could not take place due to the weather, but that was a lot of fun and insightful for a lot of people, including my children. The crepe myrtles that were planted on San Sebastian look phenomenal, so thanks to the Parks and Rec for that. And we are also going to be hosting, I think, one of our first or second community garage sales. We've had a lot of support. People have been texting. I think we have about 10 families so far that have reached out to participate in the garage sale. I do recognize that it is the Naughty Cats last meet, so I apologize for that. But hopefully we'll get a better date on the calendar for next year. But looking forward to that too. So thanks.
Thank you, Ashley. Sorry for jumping ahead of you there. Yeah, the first is I wanted to just welcome Haley and again, Mary, you heard my comments with James. He's been a very, very helpful individual. And I really believe in our electoral system. So Haley, I'm really pleased that you're up here. I think it's what makes us Americans. So, you know, it's gonna work well. The other is I wanted to just take some time about hurricane preparedness. We are in June 1st, by the past, and being on the waterfront, and I've talked to other people, it's something very unusual is happening where the tides are up about 2 feet, you know, almost perpetually. Anybody who's been out on the water sees it. I don't know, you know, what's gonna happen. We can't control that, but you can control being prepared for it, having a plan, making sure you know how to hear information and how to get the things you need to bug out and leave, because a serious hurricane is not something to fight. It's something to evacuate and come back later, and just have that plan and be safe. Hats off to the police department on Memorial Day. I counted 82 boats and I stopped counting swimmers at 200 that were out there. And it was a little bit like whack-a-mole, but you know, for like going after the people who were having a really good time. But the guys did a really bone-up job to try to keep it under control. It's a big crowd. The street eats I want to mention here is to add on what Paula said, is if you look inside the memorial, we tiled it in the Notre Dame colors, as well as you'll see a Fighting Irish tile at 2 ends, as well as an 82nd Airborne, because Chris Reed was an 82nd Airborne individual. We wanted to honor that. So when you go in there, make sure you fully see some of the things we did to honor his history. The other thing too, and I'm sure you're gonna hear it on the Parks and Rec, but there's gearing up for a new tranche of improvements in the city. Swan Lagoon, the pickleball courts, Founders Park, as well as the Prince William gas pump that we're doing to help mitigate flooding at that location. So keep a watchful eye. You'll see your tax dollars at work coming up, and you're gonna see a lot of breaking ground. In fact, I think the pickleball courts actually started today. Crepe myrtles look great. Naughty Cats, I can't be more proud. I was able to help volunteer, and they just did a really good job. I think they you know, I don't do them too much. I think they stomped El Lago in my technical terms. And the other is I do believe in some of the things that Roscoe had mentioned is, you know, I think as we have done things to invest in the city, try to clean up things, trying to repair the streets, trying to repair the infrastructure, putting in the landscaping, doing the things along that line. Citizens pick up on that. They start doing it themselves. They start seeing things where they'll put piles of sticks. They'll put crepe myrtles out. They'll put benches. But if you look around, a lot of people have put a fresh coat of paint on their house. People have put you know, nice flowers. The city looks good, and the citizens are really putting in time and effort into the personal property, which just makes our city shine. It really does, and I appreciate that. So I saw the same thing. So that's a good comment. And with that, we'll move on. City manager's report.
Thank you. So we've been preparing for hurricane season. So the employees have been going through their FEMA NIMS training the last few weeks. We are in the budget process, so we are looking at projects. We are getting all that ready for presentation. The staffing meeting, It's been cleared out, a lot of dead trees and bushes removed, new mulch was put down, but it looks really, really good. The street eats was mentioned, went very well, the Chris Reed Memorial, was completed. The Public Works had a cook-off team that participated in, Texas Water Utilities Association picnic, with about 33 teams. They did well, they didn't place first, but we'll try next year. We also had a new park supervisor that started last week, Jose Flores. And also we had a HR generalist that started, today, with, 3 years in HR, 7 years in government, experience. Jose has 20 years in parks. And then we also, welcome Sherry Dietrich. She's our communications and emergency management specialist. She has 29 years in law enforcement and emergency management. So very, very excited to have those on board. And then, Chief Oakdale, Sheriff Thunder for Tiffany Howlands, was 20 years, as of last week, I believe, anniversary. And Lacey is 3 years Friday. And then I celebrated 14 years on June 1st. So.
All right. That worked. Chief?
So, and Paul, you still someone out there? Sorry, Councilman and Mayor, just real quick recognition, Mayor, I appreciate the recognition about Memorial Day. We can't do it without our partners.
That's very true, so say.
Want to make sure that everybody understands we're out there in that public safety vote as a team effort of, police department and fire department working together. So, Chief George and Matt, we appreciate, from Matt's not here, Chief George, we appreciate your assistance with all that. So, the crime stat numbers for May. 320 calls for service, 59 reports, 182 traffic stops. We had 128 citations, 114 written or verbal warnings, 16 total arrests, 11 were misdemeanors, 5 were felonies, a total of 5,778 patrol miles, and our average response time was 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 23 seconds. We did have some anniversary recognitions. June 1st, Officer Hank Hughes celebrated 40 years with the police department. He has, I think Hank has 3 years prior to that with the city, working, when he started, I think in high school with the, public works department with animal control and then, public works. Then he moved in, he went into the, police academy and been with the police department for 40 years. So, it's a huge accomplishment. He's got almost a year on me, but, he's done it all in one agency and I really, I got a lot of respect for somebody staying in one agency for their entire career, so I'm a little jealous of Hank. But congratulations to Hank, and yes, Tiffany Hatton, our office manager and administrative assistant, celebrated 20 years on June 5th. Tiffany began her career as a dispatcher. She's now responsible for records management, dispatch liaison, and our criminal agency coordinator for our CJIS compliance with DPS and FBI records. So, I tell people all the time, she actually runs the police department. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Just real quick, how many citations were actually written during Memorial Day weekend?
No citations.
No citations?
No. But the boat did not go out last week because of the weather on Saturday. There was a mechanical issue on, I think the boat maybe was out on Sunday for 1 hour.
I saw that redfish.
Yeah. But 3 days on Memorial Day weekend, 2 days on this weekend. I have 1 day this weekend. I didn't get the log sheet from the officer, so I'll update that. But I think we've had 37 contacts with boats, and they break down the different reasons. And we had one this past weekend. They had one rescue that they had to leave the area and go over to down out in the big lake there. There was a capsized boat, so they were out of pocket for a little bit of time. That was yesterday, yesterday, they were out, so, yeah. So, thank you.
Matt?
Well, it's not here.
He's not here.
Matt, Ronald, both council, you give me tonight, quick report, 40 members, 32 calls, and 1,190 hours, so, all good.
How's the ambulance?
As far as I know, it's fine.
Everything good?
Yeah.
Any update on the fire truck?
No, we won't hear anything on that for probably another 2 years. So just, so Faisal was 34 months. Takes about a year to spec and build it, so we'll try to cut to
All over.
Yes, so we had, we're doing really good, knock on wood on the water breaks. We only had one main repair, for last month. We did get our new booster pump in and our VFD at the water plant. So we'll be, increasing, water pressure slowly. Pretty excited about that. Did a lot of work to the sanitary lift station, pump one at the wastewater plant. We're actually looking to, put in the budget for an extra spare, just in case that one goes out. The, David Brown Park has the new basketball rims, goals, and the back end is painted. The floors, the contractor is about 5 weeks out, so it looks like right after 4th of July, we'll get that painted. Stormwater catch basins, a lot of rain, we've been cleaning them out about 4 times in the last month. And stormwater lift station A on Upper Bay, you may see some orange fencing. We're going to put a auxiliary motor in that we can dispatch and put on the boardwalk, in case we lose power there, along with a 6-inch portable diesel pump that, we've been using a lot. So a lot of rain and, mosquito spraying continues Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And, that's about it. We're just busy.
One thing I would add there, Paul, that most of the citizens may not know, but power is really our biggest challenge for flood mitigation. You know, we, as long as we have power, the pumps can pump, but we've had some real outages here. So that's one of the things I'm looking forward to, is we're gonna have actually a gas-driven pump as a demonstration. So we can see if we can maintain keeping water out, even though we have any power outage until we get another bigger dose. So. Okay. Code enforcement?
Mr. Mayor, Council, for code enforcement actions, today, 461 registered businesses. We've collected $40,200. Sent out 4 certified mails, 1 for dilapidated structure, 1 junk vehicle, and 2 for grass. Issued 9 citations, which we have a total of 28 citations thus far for the business registrations. Red tagged 4 junk vehicles, 17 homes and businesses for grass, 1 dilapidated fence, and 3 dead trees. Also removed 26 solicitor signs from city property. For fire marshal actions, we did 19 life and safety inspections. And one of the good things that came with one of these surprise inspections was one of the relatively new businesses that's been here about a year. They moved in, they passed all their final CO, and then for whatever reason, they took out all their ANSO and fire suppression systems for the cooking equipment. So we found them, and we actually had to shut the restaurant down until it was back in compliance, or they could have burned down the whole strip. So that's the benefit of doing these surprise visits. 10 re-inspections of life and safety. We issued 4 certificates for short-term rentals, 1 certificate of occupancy. We did the annual safety inspection for Methodist Hospital, which is a couple-day ordeal. And then all swimming pools in the city have been inspected. There was a total of 13. Come to find out, some of the older pools had never been inspected since they've been here. So, everyone's kind of falling in line. And to this point, there's only 2 that's completely passed, which is Napa Bay Homeowner Association and Hilton.
It's important to note that, we mentioned about the life savings, but we did have a tragedy, and I'm very glad that pool had been inspected and brought up to code during that, because a young lady lost her life drowning. And I would hate to think what could have been the problem if we didn't have that up to code. So that's well done. Moving on, consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that people would like to pull out and go into further detail? I'm specifically looking at 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, or 7.1 through 7.7.
I move that we approve the consent agenda 7-1 through 7-7.
Do I hear a second? Second by Chase. Any other questions or comments? Then I call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Moving on to the committee reports, Parks and Recreation. Michelle?
Okay, so to finish up beautification month, we talked about the trees, the crepe myrtles on San Sebastian. We got those donated by Trees Over Houston. Thank you, Laura Ford, for organizing that. And thank you to the mayor and to Paul Lopez for helping. We got a contractor to come in. The Boy Scouts were supposed to help us, but it didn't work out with timing. They look like they're doing pretty good. There's a couple that are in distress, so we might want to check the sprinklers around those. We might have to replace them. It's a little hot right now, but they look beautiful, and we wanted them in time for the 4th of July parade, so we're hoping they'll look really nice for that one to check on the water with them. So the other thing is, we did add another person to the Keep Nassau Bay Beautiful Committee, Kimberly Clark. She's a member of the Garden Club. She volunteers for Canby, and she has been volunteering for parks since last November. She plants a lot of flowers, she puts down a lot of mulch, and she also wanted her first project to be restoring the artwork on Saturn Lane. So that's something that we're gonna be adding to like our agenda and talking about doing as a committee. She's really great. She was the one that brought up about the lamps in the back of Founders Park. So she's been a really good asset, and do need to have some young people. She has a young child who's on the Boy Scouts. We need to have some young people who can help us do some physical labor, so that would be great. We made a goal to get a lot of the beautification projects completed by the 4th of July event. Some of the projects have been completed, like we got the blue planters painted. Thank you to Robert. He painted the blue planters and the blue benches. We moved the blue benches from where the pickleball courts are being restored over to in front of the basketball courts. So that way nobody can drive onto the basketball court and ruin it anymore. And I think it looks really nice there. I guess Paul just explained that the basketball courts won't be renovated by the 4th of July, unfortunately, but the backboards look really nice. They're brand new, if you can see them. We redid them so that the higher courts are like half court, and the lower basketball courts are the other half court, because the little children were getting edged out by the adults. And I'm happy to say that I've been out there several times, and you see more children playing out there now. It's really nice to see like little kids not getting edged out, and so that's been a really big benefit. Pickleball courts, they did start prepping today. They went out there to see if there was any unlevel areas, and then tomorrow they start leveling and filling in the holes. One thing that I learned is that they don't put up any fencing around while they're painting. So we're gonna need that, kind of like that netting, I think, to put around so people and animals don't go around there. So I've seen you guys have that kind of like orange, it looks like kind of a fishnet. Yeah, and really starting.
Construction in order to keep debris.
Right, to keep debris, or it can't just be like one of those like, caution tape, but like the kind of netting fencing to keep animals and people from walking on it. Probably starting tomorrow, if you guys can, around that and the practice tennis courts to keep anybody from going on there, maybe with a closed sign. They're not bringing that, so we'll have to put that out there. So I wanted to let you know about that. And they even put on the Facebook page to let everybody know that it's closed for, at least until next Tuesday. Can we do that? Okay, great. And let's see, sorry. Okay, so yeah, so only defense around that. And then, I wanted to bring up about the lights, that we had a new topper light that went through Founders Park. Paul got that set up with his crew, and it seems to be working there. Going through the back of Founders Park, everybody thought it was dangerous there, and that seems to be working as a light there. I know we're gonna go forward with adding more of those. I wasn't sure what the timing was on that, Paul, if you're gonna do that.
Still, it was looking, the feedback's been positive.
Yeah, real positive.
Even the aesthetic side of it has been, and I challenge the citizens here. There is, the light that goes between the path between the big park, David Braun Park to Founder's Park. There's one light that's been modified that is there to make sure that it is a new LED light and it's a new solar panel. We refurbished the old ones and we can do it fairly cheaply, but we want to see whether or not people like the aesthetics, people like the amount of light. So far, it's been very positive, but you know, there's only been a little bit of feedback. So again, I would challenge everybody to take a look at it and see what you think.
So walk between Founder's Park and David Braun Park at night and see if that lights up there really well. And if you like the aesthetic of it, then we can try to, especially that area, top that off and make sure that those lights are working back there first before we do the rest of them that aren't working. And then we also are gonna need some lights for the pickleball courts. Those were, I think, $7,000 a piece, but we're not sure if it's gonna fit in this budget. The mayor has those quotes, so he's gonna bring it to you guys and see if it's gonna work for this budget. If not, we'll probably propose it, for the next year's budget. At the same time, we looked up at the tennis court lights and we were like, oh, those look really bad. And then we found out, after we got a quote, that those were probably 20 years old. And probably at the end of their life, we thought maybe those might be next on the budget before they get blown over in the next hurricane. So we might want to look at that for the next year budget. The mayor does have the quotes for those when you start going into the budget process. As far as the benches, yes, I spent a lot of time, Roscoe, looking at those benches, getting them ordered and walking over there constantly to get those replaced. Those same benches, we've already, as you see going into David Braun Park, I met with Robert. He's starting to lay the cement to put in the bench that's going to be dedicated to Robert Gilbertson. We've got 2 more going into Swan Lagoon. I don't know if Nancy's here. If those already got laid down, Nancy, for Swan Lagoon, did you see them putting in the cement yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, I saw them putting in the cement there into David Braun Park, and then right at West Indies and Upper Bay, there was an old rusted bench that has been taken out, and Mary Gaza donated generously $1,000 to put a replacement bench there that will look the same. And that is going to be donated in memory of her husband. So Keep Nassau Bay Beautiful has been doing a survey where people have been sending in photographs and, things that look dilapidated or that need to be replaced. And a lot of benches have been coming in, so we've been replacing those. I also, in Howard Ward Park, I've sprayed with my mother, Charlotte, who's here. We sprayed those cement benches with the Wet It and Forget It. So they used to look black and green and now they look nice and white. We sanded and sprayed the signs and Howard Ward and also the other benches that were there. So it looks really nice there. And we're gonna keep, upgrading those things. One of the things we're going to do also, and probably for the next budget cycle, is we've noticed a lot of the trash cans. That's another thing I get photographs of, is a lot of the trash cans are rotted and rusted, so that might be a project for the next budget. We're gonna get some pricing on that. The guys who did the merry-go-round, which is another thing that we got a pricing on, the ADA merry-go-round that went in Swan Lagoon, we got a quote to put another one in David Braun Park, and it was $18,000. So I'm not sure if we can fit that in this budget or if we have to wait for the next one. I gave that to the mayor. So he can bring it up to you guys. We couldn't get that done in time for the 4th of July, but that's another project that we had listed. So those kind of things that we're coming up with slowly to make things nicer and nicer. So I think that's been a really good thing that has been brought forward by this committee. We did get a report from committee member Kathy Huff. Her husband Jack works on the marina, and he reported that there's a leaking aqueduct there, and he got Elias to go out, and they said that they heard that for 20 years they hadn't actually done any maintenance on that. So what's really great is that they already are getting quotes to go out there and get it fixed, right? I don't know if you heard anything more about that, Paul. You wanted to add it? They already scheduled to fix it. Well, there you go. Good job. So that's getting fixed. So anybody that enjoys the marina, they're working on that. So that's a nice thing that's come about. We've got everybody working on the committee that's from different areas of the city. So I think that's really excellent. Another thing we talked about was the floating dock. If, those of you who aren't familiar, across from the Reflection, Park in David Braun, there was a dock there and it's kind of fallen apart. We've gotten a couple of quotes on either a floating dock or a standing dock. There's two different quotes that we're gonna get. We've given one to the mayor. I'm not sure if it's fitting in this budget or the next one, but he's been looking at that. So that's something that we're looking at. You already mentioned Swan Lagoon. They've almost completely renovated Swan Lagoon. There's a sidewalk. I think they're voting on that tonight, right? To put it in.
Actually already was, it was the second reading for the ADA part.
Oh, was it? Okay, great. So that's gonna go in soon. And that will be like an ADA size sidewalk, so that's gonna be almost completely renovated. I think the last thing we wanna do is just basically paint the gazebo there to make it finished. I think Nancy even got that sign redone over there. It looks so nice in there. So that's gonna be like a completely redone part. The street numbering continues. We might, one of the things somebody brought up is maybe even put some money towards that in the next budget, that we could pay somebody to go around and do that this time, since the volunteers, we keep losing our volunteers and Chase is doing it all by himself.
We've got some progress on
We got
that.
a progress.
Did you, or you wanna give us an update, Chase?
Yeah, so Gloria Day has reached out about adding some volunteers, so we might have a big chunk of those houses done with
Great, that sounds great. Okay, yeah, because I know every time Chase wants to get the volunteers, they bail out.
Don't take that from me, okay?
I did get some more stencils and I thought, Kim, our new volunteer, she's like, when are we gonna do the curbs? I said, okay, when you get back, she's on vacation right now. So we'll have some more volunteers coming up pretty soon. And she wants her child. We have no problem getting children to come out and help out with the Boy Scouts. So that's gonna be continuing. We do have, the art sculpture with the water feature, we call it, because that is how we get the hot funds to cover our splash pad. We've done the image board, and for those of you who have not heard, the committee already had a presentation from our youngest member, Jacob Ford. And we all got together and decided that we wanted it to be like a walk through Nassau Bay. So it would be something like, where you would walk and see like a sailboat with the compass rose on it. And it would be part of our animals, like, an egret, and then the ducks, and then you would be seeing palm trees, and then you would see the space program, maybe an alligator. So it would be something like a walk through Nassau Bay. And, the way this works is that this company does art sculptures. It looks like a piece of art, a work of art, and then water comes out of it. And then you would have like a rocket ship, and it would be like a photograph, but it would look like a work of art. It wouldn't look like something manufactured. It's really, really cool. So the next step is that we sent our image board to this company, and then they do a rendering and give us a price. And we have two companies that can do this, and they've done it before with hot funds. So that's the next step, is that they will give us, two different companies will give us a design with a price, and then we go from there. So that's what we've already passed that on, and we're waiting for them to come back. So that's kind of moving forward now. And the next thing that we came up with is somebody suggested that we would have a possibility of being able to paint fire hydrants. So I wanted to ask.
Color coded for the amount of flow.
Okay.
That's
So-
an indicated regulation.
So they were asking why they can do that, like in other places.
They must not follow code.
They don't, okay, so I'll pass it on, because that was a question that they wanted to know. Okay, thank you. And then the astronaut statue that was gonna go outside of City Hall, they're working with University Art Department to get a rendering of that, because we can't get a price on what it's gonna cost until we have a rendering. The budget meeting is coming up on July the 19th. So committee members are in the process of submitting ideas for community projects that we're gonna be having. So if any of you want to attend our next meeting, we should be having it at the end of June. I haven't posted it yet, but you're still free to reach out to me at nbparksandrec@nassaubay.com if you have any questions. Unless you guys have any questions for me.
I have a couple, yeah. So we got that email, about the pickleball fences. Is there gonna be any adjustment to the pickleball fences?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is there we got that email about pickleball fences and somebody wanting to like move them back. Is there gonna be any change to the pickleball fencing? or is that
No,
not
we already talked about that, and I think actually there was a little bit of a mistake in that there used to not be a fence in the middle, so people were running into each other. And that was one of the first things we asked, is if we could extend the fences out. But whoever did them originally, there was like an old tennis court there. And it was really like dilapidated, and it wasn't taken out. So there was no way to put something over it, because if they did, it would fail. So we have to stick with like what's there. It's not regulation, it wasn't before.
Yeah.
So there's no way, we don't have the money to do something.
It would require us to add additional.
We would have to reach the whole thing, redo the whole thing. You would have to lay down a certain kind of foundation that would not have stuff come from the ground up. You're talking about huge amounts of money that we just don't have. I mean, if you guys want to put that in the budget to go in and do like $1 million project, but you know, this is something just for fun. It's not like a regulation.
I mean,
It
I was
wasn't
in chicken and
before.
pickle today, and it's pretty awesome, but.
I know, but I mean, if you want,
That's a lot of pickleball.
you guys can do that in the budget, that's fine, but this is just like really to fill the gap of what's there. It's kind of like the baseball field. I mean, we could have spent, you know, $150,000, but we spent $8,000, you know, just to have something for practice. It wasn't a regulation field, but it was better than nothing. And I think that's the situation here. You know, a lot of these places, they want like 15 regulation courts or nothing.
Yeah.
You know, and we were lucky to just get these people that could do like what we wanted, to just have something for fun to play with. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's okay. And then one more question. Back when I was on parks, which was a long time ago, now, like 2 years ago, there was talk of wanting more trash cans along the water's edge, like where the people fish, because there's, you know, obviously there's a lot of problems with fishing line issues. I don't know if have y'all added any more trash cans over there? Or are you considering it? Because you have got needing to renovate, but also maybe adding some trash cans along that.
Yes, I think that is something also that has been mentioned, and I think that would be, yeah, it's gonna be kind of expensive, so that would be something that we could put like in the budget meeting on July the 19th. We could go ahead and ask them, you know, count the number of trash cans that we would need. If you wanna write me an email of places that you think, and then we can add that into the count.
Yeah.
Because I think the more you add on, the better the price is gonna be.
Because I've heard that there were actually some that may have been taken out by like one of the hurricanes, which is really nice to me, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so the cement base is there, but then the trash can is not. So it'd be easy to put like another one in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We do need to have some more of those, and some that are just totally rusted and need to be replaced.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for
Sure.
you. On the water feature, did you guys ever decide exactly where you're planning to put that? I know I heard there was discussions on the hill at, the park down there. Have you guys solidified?
Yeah, the best place is gonna be right behind the basketball court because of the water, where the water connection's gonna be. So it's gonna be right behind the basketball court.
Meaning that you're gonna remove the hill that is there, or you're gonna?
Well, that's still a big question if the hill has to be removed. I think there are some people who are sentimentally tied to the hill.
There it is, it is. That's the only reason why I'm asking, just so that we're aware.
Some people are sentimentally tied to the hill, so they don't want it to be gone. But yeah, so far, I don't think it has to be removed. But that's the closest to the water connection, and that's why the people, the two vendors that have come out have suggested that it go there. But we don't have to remove the hill if certain people, like one of them sitting right there.
That's our only sledding hill in that.
I know,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
they're
there
all
is-
saying,
there's sled on it.
There are very fond memories.
And there's a lot of children, that do not want that hill. No, we can leave the hill if you guys want it. They said it's okay to leave the hill there, but it has to kind of go right there because of the water connection is right there. And you don't want it too far out because then it will like degrade the water pressure, right? So yeah, you can leave the hill if you want. Is that what you want to do, is leave the hill?
I'm just voicing whatever it is concerned.
A lot of children don't want my kids, and he doesn't want the hill not either, so yeah, we can leave the hill. Anything else?
Yeah, any progress on the restrooms and
No, we're waiting for the quote from
Anything there?
your honorable Mr.
All right,
Lopez.
all right.
So we'll save that for, we have a lot going on this month there.
So,
I was hoping those basketball courts would be done before Fourth of July, but unfortunately, they couldn't do it. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
All right, sorry about that. Special events.
I will report for them. First,
I think Chase is supposed to take over at some point.
Maybe once the Michelle's are done. So right now, everyone's busy planning for the 4th of July activities. Veteran signs, if you want to check and make sure you're on the list or someone you know is on the list, you can email Michelle Michelli. Or you can also just email, she's had her email on the Compass Rose a couple times, but you can also just email nassaubaysec@gmail.com, either will work. And she'll be sure to get it to make sure our list is good for where we're gonna place veteran signs for the 4th of July. We're looking forward to water wars again this year, as people have already mentioned, with the cold water. And then, of course, we'll have the parade and the celebration at the park. We will spill pie on that basketball court one last time before it's replaced, and everything leading up to the fireworks. So we're really excited about that. If you want to help, we do have a meeting here Wednesday at 6 o'clock. If you want to help with any of the planning for that, if you have any feedback and you'd like to participate, feel free to show up. We would be glad to have you. So especially for volunteers to help organize the parade and be at the park that day, that would be really useful if you want to volunteer. So anything else, if you have questions, just reach out. Thanks.
Yep. I don't see Rod here, but planning commission? Vaughn? I'm going to take a little bit of a leeway on the agenda again, because I want to have one item, which I think we have a rather fun one. I know we're going to have a lot of discussion on the old business public hearing in 11-1. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to skip to go to 11-2, the discussion of possible action on the St. Thomas, Oregon Hot Fund application. And I wanted to kick that off and let those folks say what they need to say and us discuss and have it out, and then we can go into the longer discussion. So I don't know if Mike, if you wanted, Reverend Mike, if you wanted to mention anything or things along that line, or anybody else. I can jump in here. Just what we're considering here for the citizens is that St. Thomas has a historic organ that has been donated to them. And it is one of 4 gimbal, I believe it is. Gimbal instruments and of extreme high quality. And the problem is that it came in boxes, came in about, I'm just guessing 3 million pieces, even though I'm probably exaggerating. But the key has been to try to install this historic organ, and the St. Thomas 501c3 has done an excellent job in putting together a program on how they would market it, how they would make things available, how they would have public access, and how it would benefit to our hotels with competition, things along that line. So the request came in for a $225,000 help in regards to the installment, and from that standpoint, we've gone through the rigors of looking at it from a musical arts contribution from Hot Tax, which had a limit of about 15%. But it's also an historic instrument, which means we also have another 15%, which means we can get to the 205,000, and I would like to see that happen. So if there's any questions, if there's anything that for Reverend Mike Stone or others here, or for Paul or people up here, if there's any questions, I open it up. Either that or entertain a motion.
You did say this was gonna be available to the public?
It is, correct.
I'd like to be sure that we understand that it's not tax dollars, it's hot funds.
It's hot funds.
And so there's a difference there. We can only spend those hot funds in certain ways, and this appears to qualify for that. So again, it's not our tax dollars, it is our hot funds, so.
The other caveat I left off is that there will be an agreement between the 501c3 and Nassau Bay that if the Oregon, for whatever reasons, if the Episcopal Church wants to move it out of Nassau Bay, they would have to reimburse our funds. This is to help facilitate putting it into Nassau Bay and having it located here.
I'd like to make a motion.
Then I would be loving to have a motion.
Let me just say this real quick. I'm going to abstain from this because I'm a member of St. Thomas Church and because my mom's been a little bit involved in the fundraising thing. So I think it's appropriate for me to just sit this one out. That's all I'm gonna say.
I move that we approve $225,000 of hot funds for the Kimball Obis Oregon, so that we can put Nassau Bay on the map with this thing.
Yep. Seconded by Chase. Any further conversation?
There's some blank in there for whether you wanna spring it out over more than one payment. And you need to deal with the right that's in the contract about whether you're gonna have staggered payments or all lump sum payments.
You'd be a lump sum payment.
So lump sum, that's fine.
Yep, be a lump sum one time so you can get on with it. Get her done, so to speak. Yep, so I hear a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. Congratulations. Next, I'm going to move into some of the meatier discussions for tonight. I'm gonna move into old business, which is the 9-1, which is a discussion on the traffic study for the Chipotle Mexican Grill and Restaurant and Panda Express Restaurant drive-through. Paul, did you wanna?
Yes, so, I'll pass this down here. Y'all have this in the packet, but this is the memorandum, overview of the traffic study from ARC Engineers. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here, this evening, but I will just kind of go over the overview of the traffic study. They contracted out with AGS Engineering to perform a traffic study for Nassau Parkway for the purpose of evaluating existing traffic volumes and estimating future traffic volumes. The study, the following was performed. It was a 24-hour traffic study at the intersection of Nassau Parkway and Point Lookout, 24 traffic counts for the intersection of Space Park and Point Lookout. Gathered data on ancient accident history in the area, and it was based on some of the following estimates for 2 fast food cafes, the addition of the major development plan property owned by NASA, the NASA Exploration Park, 33 acres leased by Texas A&M, campus of 207 acres being leased by a private manufacturing facility. Also, a Pendon Resort Conference Center located in Nassau Parkway east of the city of Seagrove called Margaritaville, and a Pendon Resort located off Nassau Bypass in Webster, also known as the Great Wolf Lodge. So, kind of a rundown from the acceptable services are A, B, and C, and that is a level of service at intersections based on the wait times. And then it worsens as unacceptable from D, E, and F. When the level of service is calculated to be D, E, or F, that means the traffic delays at the intersection as a whole or at a specific moment are excessive. Each traffic movement and direction is assigned a level of service based on a computerized model of the intersection prepared by the engineer, which is then compiled to an overall level of service. So currently, we are the current level service of Nassau Parkway and Point Lookout when evaluated during peak hours of use. Score overall level of service is a C. So A through C is good. So we're right at a C. And then D, E, and F, it starts getting worse. In general, the through lanes of each direction on Nassau Parkway, this is currently scores a B or C, and having left turning movements onto Nassau Bay Drive at Nassau, which is the old Bucky, we all know that's a pretty bad intersection. Currently, the crossing traffic on Point Lookout does not fare as well with the traffic leaving NASA Bay and turning left, scoring an F. This is current. So, and the traffic leaving NASA, turning left, and E and F depending on the time of day. So they did some calculations, so the future conditions, with Gray Wolf Lodge, Margaritaville, NASA Exploration Park, this is a 2-year horizon with the addition of a known pending major local development occurring. The level of the service is expected to suffer. The overall level of service of the intersections falls from C to an F for the morning peak hour and a fall to level service of D, the point, for the afternoon peak. The moments that suffer the worst in the case scenario is the traffic leaving NASA and Point Lookout turning left with exceeding long wait time as shown in the report tables. The driving factor is increasing of traffic, worsening conditions as modeled by the engineer, resulting in projected traffic to and from the major pending developments located in NASA, Seabrook, and Webster. So that's kind of going through it. That's just kind of the city will determine why the policy that adopts whether communication of the e-traffic acceptable or unacceptable may determine regulatory policies directed toward minimizing the effect of community development on traffic congestion to the degree that the city can regulate, develop within its city limits. So that is the traffic study in summary.
Any questions for Paul?
Yeah, Paul, you mentioned that the intersection by the Bucky's, that's National Bay Drive, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's more so Point Lookout.
Yes, currently, yeah, at the Bucky's, or I'm sorry, NASA Bay Drive, currently,
I think it says National Bay Drive.
NASA Bay Drive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I look at the page 5 of the document, the one that is most concerning to me is the northbound and southbound of the current situation has it at Point Lookout as an F.
Yeah, so that's what I was making a point of, that it was Point Lookout.
Correct, that's
But
right.
with that being the current situation, I will say, when I leave Nassau Bay, 90% of the time I'm going down Nassau Bay Drive. And that intersection also is very bad stuff. So my concern with this traffic study is that if we're already in that Point Lookout and we're adding things to that area, not only in our city, but in the surrounding area, that traffic is probably just gonna go right over to Nassau Bay Drive. And then that in turn is gonna hit that. I don't know what the traffic study would, I would imagine it would be close to that, there as well. So it's just really congesting up those two main exits there. Upper Bay Drive is probably gonna be in a similar situation with that Margaritaville coming up their way as well. So I feel like, just not in my opinion.
Fair enough. The piece that is also concerning to me is, when you look at the cause of the accidents, it's all driver error.
Yes.
It's people trying to go that extra bit fast and take a left. They're trying to race. It's kind of convoluted right there, particularly where you talk about Nassau Bay Drive. It's not something where there are other root causes. It's strictly confusion of the drivers with what's going on. And that's 100% of the accidents. Yep. Paul, anything else?
No, sir.
Any other questions? Any other comments?
Do we, as a city, contract with a RKK, was that R?
Yes, ma'am. Our engineers are city contractors, engineers, and then they contracted out to AETS.
And then my next question is, if we deny this, what happens to the purchase of that property? Where are we legally? If we approve it or deny it?
You're not considering the purchase or the use, you're considering whether there's a driver, that's the only thing you're looking at.
So they could come back with an alternative plan for a
Sure.
different situation with us?
Yes, this deal is only with the driver.
it's the only thing that is from a standpoint of the authority of this body is, it's on the safety and traffic side, not on what type of business. It's all within the PUD.
You're not approving the use, you're approving the use, only the extent of the use of a drive-through, but nothing else.
And I just think we need to let the public know that that's what we're considering. We can't say yes or no to this restaurant or that, but we can say
Right.
we don't like the outcome for the traffic in our city.
Correct.
Okay, just so we're clear.
Yeah, I have just a couple comments too. I like that this points out that this is one way that we can actually help regulate traffic around Nassau Bay is to control the amount of drive-throughs. And it will make it has the opportunity to make our living experience better or not. We have to determine if it's acceptable, which way is better for those two options. And you talked about things like you can control your reaction for hurricanes, but this is something we can preemptively do to put control into our situation. Thinking about it, reading through all this and talking about you can change the timing of lights, where you turn. I know a lot of times just leaving the gate at NASA, changing the timing of the lights isn't gonna help in other directions too. So I'll be leaving the gate at Upper Bay Road and there's cars just completely blocking the intersection or running the lights. It's congested in not just the left turn lanes, but even just crossing NASA at those peak times of the day.
And I'll just say, I think we can probably all expect, I'm gonna speculate here, but with the completion of 146 and, I-45, NASA Road 1 is the connector between, the east-west connector between that in this area. So the more that traffic comes up from Bay Cliff, will come down from there, get over to 45, the more we're gonna see traffic through, which means, I'm assuming TxDOT is going to give preference to the traffic on NASA Road 1 versus inner alley Nassau Bay.
Yeah, I would imagine that because sometimes it takes multiple light cycles just to leave on Point Lookout. Which I also get frustrated with when I'm trying to leave work and then take my kids somewhere. I also think it's really scary in all of these intersections when the lights are out and they're flashing red. It is extremely dangerous to leave our neighborhood. So I know that doesn't happen all the time, but it did happen in the past week where the light was flashing at NASA Parkway in Upper Bay. And I had to honk my horn across all 8 lanes just to safely cross the intersection. So I think traffic is a huge problem that we are dealing with right now. So it frightens me that it's potentially gonna get worse.
I did have a couple more things here. So in this memo that we see here, it applies the future traffic count and it talks about additions to surrounding areas like Exploration Park, the Margaritaville, the Wolf Lodge, and Great Wolf Lodge. Those are all things that are outside of our control. The only thing that is inside of our control is that first one about the drive-throughs. So in my experience turning into Nassau Bay, my daughter goes to school at Robinson, and so coming back, I can't ever turn left. You have to sit through so many light cycles to get to the left. So I'm like, I have to gauge whether or not there's gonna get green, should I wait, should I go to the next one and wait there? So it's always like, how long am I gonna have to wait? So traffic, although we live in a great city, or a small city, traffic unfortunately can be a consideration here as well. And then also, kind of going back to my point with regard to that traffic going from Point Lookout over to Nassau Bay Drive, that in my opinion is a really dangerous intersection because of the people coming off the bypass, getting all the way over and then, trying to make it through a light and then that's where we're returning. That's where that traffic is.
The other two, and the Val Harbor folks tell me this, is coming the other way to miss all the traffic. They turn right on the Val Harbor, Swan Lagoon, they cut right through, all the way through, Baycrest or things along that line, just to get to Nassau Bay Drive to make that left.
So I just wanted to make the point that, yes, we're looking at Point Lookout, but the other intersections are also going to suffer as well, based off of the increased traffic through those traffic.
I'll just echo what Chase and Lucy have already said. It's frustrating now trying to leave the neighborhood from Point Lookout, which is my main way out, and you have to wait literally 4 or 5 times for that light to cycle green, particularly in the morning hours. I don't know, they must change the timing throughout the day, but it is frustrating, and that's all I'll say is it's not gonna get any better as these businesses open up, not even in Nassau Bay, just in general.
Any other comments for the traffic study? Then I want to move to the public hearing. Ashley, I keep forgetting that you're in Alaska. Any questions, any comments on your end?
No.
Okay. then I'm gonna continue to push forward. This is now, I'm going to, open this up for the public hearing. It is 8:19 PM. Anybody then, and just so the rules of the game, as I like to say, is we do not have a 3-minute restriction. You can ask questions, we can ask back. It's a much more open dialogue, and I tend to make sure that people, if you have something to say, you can have something to say.
Oh, do we walk up?
Sure, yes, you're welcome.
First mic?
You can have the first bite.
All right, so let me say a few things. I got a lot. You know me. I don't want,
We said you
I'm not,
just had 3.
I'm not excited about fast food either. Oh, sorry, Bob Jeweler, 1606 NT one.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not excited about fast food. If I had my druthers, we have no more fast food. I probably will never eat at Panda Express, not really my thing. Chipotle, I mind Chipotle and.
Careful, they're here.
I know. But what I'm gonna say, so just get that out there, I understand, we want a great little restaurant, let's get Pier 6, or let's get Viola and Agnes back, I love those places. Let's get a grocery store. The problem is though, that all the wishing for that and all the wanting that doesn't put a tenant in that dilapidated building that's been empty for 4 years. And so that's one of the points that concerns me is, you know, what are we prepared to do? Just watch that building continue to deteriorate because we don't have what we want in there? Does filling that space with a Panda Express and a Chipotle mean that we close the door on getting what we really want in the city? Is that the only spot we can put the restaurant we want? The grocery store that we want, but frankly isn't gonna happen. We know that, right? We don't have the population for Trader Joe's to come here. We don't have the population because we don't have the space and we're not gonna put in more apartments, but that's another story. So my concern is I would never choose to put in a Panda Express or a Chipotle there. But what I want, what we want, what my taste is in restaurants isn't the most important thing here. You know, call me idealistic, whatever. I think the question is, ought we to preclude their ability to develop what they want there on some traffic study that we haven't applied to other businesses, right? Did we do a traffic study for Chick-fil-A? Did we? What did it say? Same thing as this, but I'll get into that.
Let me, because this.
No,
if I look at the way in which our cities evolved, we haven't had the luxury of having pretty much everything built out like we have built out that. So when the things here, there were fewer drive-throughs. It's been 8-10 years since people been come in like that. And I don't think anybody seriously looked at, you know, are there safety concerns? And I know citizens have called me around, we don't have sidewalks anymore either.
So let's talk about safety concerns.
I mean, you may disagree with them, but that doesn't mean they're.
But when have we applied this traffic study before? To Chick-fil-A, what did the results say?
They did not identify that adverse an impact. We did one for Buc-ee's on Nassau Bay Drive.
Well, here's what the conclusions from this traffic study say. And like I said, please understand, I'm not advocating for fast food. I'm not gonna go there. I just wanna see this city make decisions in a logical manner, looking at the data, not applying what we want over what we ought to do. So here's the conclusions from that study. It says, under total summary fast food with drive-through, looking at the impact of those restaurants, it says there is minimal to no impact to the signalized intersection along Nassau Parkway at Point Lookout and the location of Point Lookout at Space Park. Little to no impact. I mean, they say that there, I get it. We're gonna have Webster developing stuff. We're gonna have maybe Seabrook developing things.
If I heard the things here, the place of it, the concern was the intersection was that.
We didn't do a study on that though.
They did.
What did they say about that? There's no conclusions about that.
That's the,
No, Nassau Bay Drive.
Oh, Nassau Bay Drive, correct.
Right, that's the intersection they focused on, and there's nothing in their conclusion about any other intersection. Point Lookout, yeah. What does Nassau Bay Drive have to do with it? I mean.
Anyways, keep going.
They didn't look at Nassau Bay.
They didn't look at
Was
Nassau Bay
not
Drive.
in the study.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we
It's point lookout is in the study.
And I'll read it again.
That's
I
what
mean,
the conclusion just.
believe me, I sit in the traffic trying to leave. The problem with that light is you get about a 2-second green, when you're trying to leave and turn left, and I hate it. But I'm not sure the data that we got, that we paid for, supports the suggestion that we can't put in a restaurant with drive-throughs, because it doesn't say that. It says there is minimal to no impact to signalized intersection.
I read it very differently, Bob, and I just, again, I'm here and I don't want to, I read it as they're saying, you got a yellow light, you got traffic much greater than what you've experienced in the past, and, I believe back when the PUD was actually put in, it envisioned that traffic could become a concern because we are a small, dense area that once built out could be a problem, which is why they put in these caveats around specific use permits for certain areas that could be a safety concern.
So the conclusion states there's minimal to no impact. It says that in plain English.
Well, that's
I
a
know
long
we
time
wanted to
ago.
say something else.
That's a long, anybody else allowed to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I would like to say is,
So no,
yeah.
can somebody
Can
else?
somebody else
I
talk?
mean, if someone can explain that statement, there's minimal to no impact, the signalized intersection.
But I hear your point, so I think it's
Right.
registered, so do other people?
I would like to
Yeah.
speak, okay? Okay, so he's talking about a traffic study for the Chick-fil-A? Is that what you're talking
No,
about?
it's on truck study that's. in
I
there.
wish we had done one for Chick-fil-A because that's some of the most
Okay, so
obnoxious traffic.
What I would like to say is, first of all,
Yeah.
when I was on council,
Yeah.
there was several establishments that would have liked to have gone in this space. What they told me was that if you allow fast food to go in there, that's all you're gonna get. And for some reason, the fast food went in there and bought this place. I don't know why they bought it before they got the special use permit. Somebody within the city led them to believe that they could get the special use permit, and they went ahead and bought it before they got it. Why they bought the property before they were following our laws, I don't know, but there were other establishments that were interested in going into this place. It wasn't pursued. I don't know if I should name all those places, but it was some interesting things that people would have enjoyed. There are places that would go there. So that is possible. Me, for example, when I come home at night, I have to go past one drive-through, which is a car wash at Buc-ee's. Then there's another drive-through McDonald's. Then there's another drive-through Shipley Donuts. Then there's another drive-through Starbucks. Then there's another drive-through CVS. Then there's another drive-through Wendy's. And then I can turn on to Point Lookout. Now you're gonna have another drive-through, and I don't even know what's gonna happen to our trees right there. Going in, and then people are gonna cut through and turn right there probably, and you're gonna be waiting forever to go down Point Lookout. We don't need another drive-through. Forget about the fast food, and I do think it's important to bring up to this council that people don't want another fast food, that we can do better than that if you have vision. And if we thought about it in advance, we could have taken the time to attract more people here rather than just another fast food. Not only that, people are talking about other people cutting through. That's what the Queens Court people were saying, is that people are also cutting down when they get to Point Lookout, turning left into Queens Court and then turning around and driving like, crazy through there, hitting the curbs, hitting people's fences and coming out of there, also going down San Sebastian and driving like crazy. So they're driving through our neighborhood, also trying to cut around and get out of there, even through the traffic. It's horrible. Sometimes even I can't get out on Point Lookout. I'm going down Nassau Bay Drive to get out, down that street as well. It's just gonna get worse. We don't need another drive-through down there. We don't need more fast food. We don't need more drive.
I mean, I'm glad you
That's your
highlighted this.
opinion.
It's about fast food.
That's a lot of people's
It's about
opinion.
fast food.
A lot of people want.
No, it's drive-throughs,
It's
it's
about fast food,
traffic.
and we're using the drive-through boogeyman as a rationale to try to deny a permit for fast food.
Bob, I'd like to let somebody else come up. to the
Yeah,
floor.
if I may respond to Bob, just before Bob leaves, I just had a couple of comments. So looking at the section that you were looking at, you were talking about the total summary fast food with drive-through, and it said minimal to no impact.
Right.
Operating at a level of service D, which is already unacceptable. Then if you go down to the next two paragraphs, you're looking at the future projections, which would be Great Wolf Lodge is in, Margaritaville is in, Exploration Park is in. When you look at those, then they're operating at a level of service F, both of those. So that's just 2 years down the road. And
There is no doubt that we're gonna see additional traffic in the
Yeah,
area.
sure.
The words are plain though. The words are plain and
Yes, they are.
unequivocal.
And that, it says level of
There
service
is
D,
no-
level of service F.
There's
Very
minimal to no impact.
And then also, if you look through the recommendation as well,
I have a hard time.
If I may, Phil, if I may. just finish my-
Sure, absolutely.
finish my-
Sure.
So I understand that, I don't care if it's a fast food restaurant, I don't care if it's a grocery store. I just want to make sure that we're taking care of our citizens and making sure that they can efficiently get places, right? So we don't live in Houston proper for a reason, you know, driving into Houston is an absolute nightmare. I don't want Nassau Bay, not saying it's going to turn into a nightmare with traffic, but we just have to plan for the future. And I think what you were saying earlier, was there a traffic study done for Chick-fil-A? Was there one done for other places here? When those were brought in, I don't think that there was an exploration park, I don't think that there was a Margaritaville, I don't think that there was a Great Wolf Lodge plan. But those may not have been necessary to do one for every single business that operates in the city, but I think it's important to review all the facts, not just the ones that favor your heart.
So when we have that restaurant that everybody wants and they wanna move in, are we gonna do a traffic study?
I would hope so.
And when it says there's minimal, no impact, are we gonna object to that and say that there is an impact?
Well,
I mean, the words are plain. They're not what we wanted to hear probably, but they're plain.
No, I mean,
Are they not plain? They're plain and clear. I would, you know, I don't want fast food
The
either.
traffic study clearly says the impacts are due to the future developments. They're not due to the fast food establishments.
but
The fast food establishment, I'm sure is minimal to no impact.
Well, what's gonna happen when those other
Today, the
places that are
traffic is
empty,
bad
they
and
fill
it's
up?
getting worse. Today, the traffic is bad, it's horrendous, and it's getting worse.
Yeah.
So it's not getting worse because of one fast food establishment, it's getting worse because of all the other new future developments.
Well,
which are much
if you have a restaurant, people are gonna pull in there and park. If you have fast food, they're gonna line up waiting in the line. Have you gone to like,
Study did not address drive-in or no drive-in. Study addressed fast food with drive-ins, did not address the effect without a drive-in. So there's no delta there. But we do know that the study said with the drive-in,
all I
there
know
was
is,
minimal to no impact.
guys, I mean, this took 2 months for our little city to put together. I know Coal Valley partners were like wanting to make sure we got this done quickly. So you got a study that focused in on what was the primary area and to extrapolate that elsewhere as appropriate. But, you know, the way I read this is very similar to what Chase had talked about is that it gives a current assessment that we've got issues in regards to traffic.
So what's the forward plan? Because Webster.
That's what this is, I'd like to hear from other people. This is,
Excluded from
that's
it.
what this public hearing's for. And
I mean,
then
I'm
we
just
go into-
suggesting you can make the argument that we should never develop anything along the corridor.
So
Can't you?
I,
You agree? You see the logic here, right?
wait a minute.
And I'm like-
Can we have other people have?
We can, but I also have other things to say. I don't know if you wanna hear.
But I
other people
don't
can come
want one person.
No, everybody come up. I'm not
Okay,
arguing.
look, like, can you move off to the
Oh, yeah.
podium so other people can come up to the podium?
My-
I was gonna say, if you wanna look at David, page 5, table.
I'm trying, guys, I'm trying.
Table 3B versus table 3C. Table 3B is the background today. The next table is with the fast food.
Yeah.
And that entire table, there's only one quality of service that gets worse. Only one. That's right, now just look at the data, there's only one. That's why they said minimal to no impact of the fast food establishment for the drive-in.
I've heard that comment.
Okay.
Yep.
It's
Others.
fine.
I would like to finish.
Oh, anyway, public safety. I want to point out something that keep in mind. We tend to throw out public safety as rationale for doing or not doing things. I've heard it for street parking. I've heard it for waterway. I haven't heard public safety comments from people who have certifications, experience, or currently serve as public safety officials. I hear it from other people. I want to think it's well-intentioned. Sometimes I wonder if it's not something we're using to try to justify our position. I would suggest, and I don't speak on behalf of anybody other than myself, that putting these 2 restaurants in is not gonna cause an appreciable increase in public safety hazards. I would think that we have public safety experts in the room who would probably be inclined to say the same. I think public safety is important, and I don't like it when I see people apply it to causes that it is not warranted. That's all I'll say.
Others? Nope. Roscoe, you're next after this, so I believe he's with Coal Valley. Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for your time today. My name is Ryan Ramey. I'm the development manager at Cold Valley Partners. We're a real estate development firm focused on first-class restaurant development. I'm here tonight to request the approval of the SUP for drive-throughs at Chipotle, Mexican Grill, and Panda Express. We want to bring Nassau Bay 2 destination restaurants with demonstrated track records for quality and success. Prior to purchasing the property, we turned to the 2020 Nassau Bay Future City Comprehensive Plan, which emphasizes commercial revitalization and diversification and calls for attracting new businesses to eradicate blight. We believe that our proposed development conforms with the general commercial zoning district, which includes fast casual dining and auto-oriented uses as acceptable. When designing this project, we decided to dramatically reduce the amount of site concrete by adding landscaping and greenery throughout. We also added shaded areas in the parking lots to avoid heat islands. Landscaping creates spacing between property lines and screens the site from Mass Road 1. We are excited to maintain the legacy of the oak trees along the frontage. Pedestrian safety is paramount to our site plan. In order to create the best site circulation, we placed the drive-throughs on the back side of each lot. We also created a pedestrian connection from the frontage sidewalk along Mass Road 1 to the front of each building. The sidewalk and striping will safely guide customers from the street to the entrances. We are not requesting any new curb cuts along Mass Road 1. At Chipotle and Panda Express, the majority of their sales happen in-store versus in drive-through. They encourage customers to sit down and enjoy the meal. The Chipotle drive-through is not the typical drive-through prototype. To get your food from the Chipotle, you have to order ahead on their website or phone app. There is no ordering, transacting, payment, or ability to complicate the pickup of order adjustments. You simply drive up to the window, give them your name, and receive your order. Based on the city's traffic report, our development will have 0 impact on morning traffic and only a 5-second impact on the afternoon peak traffic. Our main takeaway from this report is that we are not the cause of traffic congestion at the intersections that were studied. Although not listed in the engineer memo by David Casper with ARC Engineers, the report by Rolando Castaneda with AGS recommends that optimizing the current cycle splits will correct traffic impacts from our development. We also reached out to TxDOT, and they confirmed that they plan to study the intersection in the fall. Upon doing so, they will be able to reprogram the light splits to ease the 5 seconds of traffic congestion. Chipotle and Panda Express are excited to bring their food and customer service to this community. They are both projecting sales over $3 million. Chipotle will hire 50 new employees. Panda Express will employ 38. $6 million in sales, 88 new jobs, and increased sales tax revenue and property tax values are compelling economic impacts on Nassau Bay. Unfortunately, neither restaurant will move forward with this project unless the drive-throughs are approved, as they are a vital function of their operation in post-COVID. We will make the highest and best use for the property. Residents, employees, and young families will have 2 reliable, approachable restaurants that will not break the bank. We want to work with the city to remove the dangers of the Lucas building and make this a destination for the community. If there's any questions, I'd love an opportunity to answer anything you might have, but thank you for your consideration.
Am I understanding you that if the drive-throughs, the 2 drive-throughs don't go through, you're not gonna pursue the project?
Correct. Correct.
That's correct. What will you do?
Just focus on tonight.
Okay, and,
The building's been vacant since March 2020, and, there was very little to no activity from a leasing perspective until we came to purchase it.
so will not be pursuing a more of a sit-down than a drive-through?
No.
Is it necessary to have 3 drive-throughs?
I'm sorry?
Is it necessary to have the 3 drive-through lanes?
The Panda Express has 2, is what he's referring to.
Yeah, it's 2 that merges into 1.
Oh, okay, the plan I'm looking at here has 2. But is that a requirement, like you have to have the 2? For the Panda Express?
That is our preference. We also have a representative from Panda Express that can speak on that.
And it's my understanding this is a smaller than a typical Panda Express that's designed just for drive-through. I know it has some sit-down seating, but it seems to be smaller than other restaurants.
It's their modern prototype with indoor dining, and any Panda Express questions, Tony will do it answer. Anything specific to Chipotle?
Are you only Chipotle?
We're the owner, developer, for the whole project, but, I'll.
I mean, the piece here, if you could confirm, I mean, the traffic flow that is pulling off of Nass Road 1 and bringing into the city is estimated at 1 car a minute during the peak time by your own definition.
That is correct, but, I don't have that study in front of me, but a large portion of those trips are passed by, which means they are in the way. So it's not creating any trips.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that?
So in other words, they were gonna go by anyways. They're not becoming a destination to us. They're just pulling traffic. If I heard you correctly, they're just pulling traffic off Nass Road 1 coming into our city. It's not creating more traffic on Nass Road 1 coming in.
And the Chipotle will be smaller than the usual in restaurant Chipotle.
It's the standard 20, just under 2,500 square feet.
So if we look at the Chipotle's in town, it's the same. It's the same square footage for the restaurant?
It'll be within,
I'm sorry?
it'll be close to the same size, that's correct.
Did you say it was or wasn't a destination or something? I think you said it was.
I heard you said no new trips is what I heard you say. But I find that a little bit hard.
I'm sorry, what? I was just asking, you said it was a destination restaurant or not?
It is, we believe it is.
Okay, so it would draw in more than just the passion bar.
Yes,
Okay,
for sure.
okay.
Definitely. It's,
They want to sit down. too.
Any more questions for?
Yeah, has there been any look at when traffic does leave these two places? The amount they anticipate to go straight back to Nassau Parkway versus what they expect to go to Space Park Drive, which would then impact Nassau Bay Drive and Point Lookout?
I believe, I do not think that was studied in this traffic study. So I don't want to speculate on the conclusions. I'm not a registered traffic engineer.
But would they exit Space Park?
They could. In the rear.
Yes, because that road goes from Nassau Parkway all the way to Space Park.
I would assume most would.
Yes, yeah.
The traffic study did not address the 2 exits on the Space Park.
Which is probably a concern more than anything.
It's a limitation of the study.
Yep. Exactly.
Should I understand that there would be no additional cut-throughs placed?
We are not adding any, or requesting to add any additional curb cuts. There's a reciprocal driveway agreement with CVS and the hotel behind us.
So I apologize, I'm a relatively new resident to the area. How many exits or entrances exist on the existing property? When Luby's was there, 1, so there will only be one.
There will only be that one that's at CVS right now.
So they'll share with CVS.
That's it?
There's one up in Nassau, one in Point Lookout.
Yeah, correct, on Point Lookout.
And
I think you
then
would
2
do
in
that.
Spear.
So with all due respect, I don't know if, sometimes I cut off and go on Clear Lake City Boulevard, which is where the new In-N-Out burger is. I got nothing against In-N-Out, I love it. But I don't know if you guys have ever tried that. There is a nonstop waiting in traffic, trying to get to the one exit to go to In-N-Out. And that's what's gonna happen on Point Lookout. It's gonna be nonstop, trying to get into Point Lookout, with
I'm
people
gonna get other
waiting.
people in here. Brian, do you have anything else that you want to?
Thank you for your time.
People may have questions for you though. Rossville, thank you.
A few things, a little historical thing. Yes, we did have traffic studies done for Chick-fil-A and for Buc-ee's. I think in retrospect, a lot of us would say those studies didn't prove the issues that we have today, but that's neither here nor there. I don't have a angst about the fast food restaurants, but I do have a concern about the traffic study. You guys have talked about the details on Nassau Parkway, the impacts on Point Lookout, the impacts on Nassau Bay Drive, et cetera. I looked at it a little bit more localized. I don't know, Lacey, can you put that diagram up for me? And I'd like to do the second diagram. And what I looked at is
I understand all the issues about the traffic on Nassau Parkway and the traffic on Point Lookout, all the intersections. But I looked at it more localized, the traffic on the site itself. I didn't totally understand the drive-through lanes for the two restaurants. But I am concerned with the layout where they describe 3 driveways, implying that these are the routes for entrance and exit to these 2 restaurants, and I'm trying to get a picture of. And let me just verbalize it. Driveway 1 is the current driveway that goes between the Luby's building and CVS. And it connects from Nassau Parkway all the way to Space Park. So you can have entrance and exits there. I don't have great concern about that in terms of localized traffic. However, can you go to the next one, please, Stacy? Okay, so you see, driveway 1 is kind of the diagonal north-south running, and the red hash mark is the location for the 2 restaurants. Where I'm concerned is if you look at driveway 2, that's that driveway cuts through the parking lot of CVS. There's a very few parking spaces in front of CVS. Most of their parking would be north of that driveway 2. I think most of the traffic or business for these 2 restaurants would be from JSC around noontime. That's similar to all the other fast food restaurants. So if you're coming from JSC, you come down, go west on Nassau Parkway, turn left on Point Lookout. And guess what? You can take driveway 2. Well, there's a lot of people that go to CVS around noontime, and so they would have to cross that vehicle traffic to get into CVS. I go there quite a bit about that time, and I'd be concerned with fighting that, traffic going to the 2 restaurants there. Driveway 3 is behind CVS. There's no pedestrian traffic there to be concerned with, but it would interfere with the CVS drive-through for people picking up drugs that medicine, prescriptions.
Yeah.
I don't see the cost of that.
We got rid of the Anyway, so that's similar to the situation that we find ourselves with Chick-fil-A, because people that go through the drive-through now conflict with the people coming out of Chick-fil-A, which was perhaps an oversight. So my concern is not so much, I mean, certainly there's impact on the amount of traffic on major thoroughfares, but my concern is the traffic through driveway 2 and perhaps driveway 3. I don't think I would be fine if there was a prohibition on traffic to these 2 restaurants on driveway 2 and 3. There's no way I think that we can enforce that. I mean, if traffic from JSC was forced to go turn left on Point Lookout, come around on Space Park Drive and go in, that would mitigate my concerns about hazards to pedestrians in the CVS lot. So my concern is not, I guess what we call the global traffic study, but more the localized traffic study on the site, not just for the restaurants, but for the adjacent CVS. And I don't know if CVS has been consulted about this, not showing the study. But I think just having that amount of traffic run through your main entrance to your store can create a safety hazard for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Anybody else? No, hang on. Name, rank, and serial number.
Good evening, April Schneider, 18224 Lakeside Lane. I currently live in Bell Harbor with my family, and I am not representing all the residents, but in speaking with several families there that have lived there long ago before my family and I lived there, we have seen a major increase in traffic.
Yes.
But my biggest concern is when I see that speed limit is posted 25 miles per hour. People are going, and I was a peace officer. They're going anywhere from 40 to 45 miles an hour through there. There's no sidewalks. We have families there crossing the street, no crosswalks there. Very concerned for the safety of, the community. So I just wanted to share my concerns there.
What does that have to do with this development though? That doesn't have to do with any other development.
Sir, what I'm saying is the traffic, the concern I would have, if somebody would like to bypass some of the traffic and go through, which they already do, go through Val Harbor because the traffic is backed up at times, especially when we had the red lights out last week. So that's just a concern I have, sir.
Yeah, I get it. People go through Bal Harbor. There's no data to suggest that having a Panda Express and a Chipotle there is going to increase that. It's just not. People speed, whether they're going to Panda Express and Chipotle or not.
That's not true.
No,
They're already doing that.
Anyway, thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't disagree that speed limit violations are
I'm
a
not gonna get
problem.
in a shouting match.
That's just not
I'm
tied,
not gonna get
that's
in a
just
shouting
not tied
match.
personal
I'm not
issues.
gonna get into a shouting match. So,
He just bullies people.
so, thank you, April. Anybody else?
I disagree with
He just likes to bully people.
I drive a lot, and coming down Massa Parkway, I can tell you that cars make a sudden stop and decide to turn into McDonald's. They decide to turn into Chick-fil-A.
That's
There's no
bullshit.
warning, there's what?
Well, I mean,
It's, if they're right, but if you add all these extra people, there's gonna be more. Plus, I don't mean to think the gentleman mentioned, is there a pedestrian sidewalk coming from Space Park? You mentioned one on Massa Parkway.
There is
there's no sidewalk on Space Park.
Okay, so how are the people from the motel gonna get there? There are people walking up and down Space Park all the time, pushing strollers, bike riders. So you have Space Park, it's literally one lane this way, one lane this way, right, going east and west. That's one lane, and you're gonna have cars that decide to pull in. Somebody's gonna pass on the right side. For motorcycles, isn't that called lane splitting? And lane splitting is where you go and pull around like that, like they do to pass somebody and you're in one lane. Have you ever been hit like that in a one-lane street where somebody goes and hits you?
You asked me a
Have
question.
you? Okay, I'm not asking for your answer right this
I've never
second.
been involved in traffic,
Okay,
but
well,
a
that's
traffic accident of that type, but I fail to see how that is relevant to
You
this
haven't let me
development.
finish.
You asked me a question.
I asked
You want-
and then involved.
Let her finish.
She asked me a
I
question.
know, but let her finish. She's asking.
Anyway, the point is that if somebody decides, oh, I wanna go to Chipotle, and they suddenly turn, or they stop because they can't turn, and you've got people just like they do all the time, sideswipe, move around, then you've got an accident, you've got one lane there. Nobody's at fault. They will not get a ticket, and that means each person's gotta pay for their damage to their cars. But you've got a lot of people, and I'm sure you drive up and down these streets all different times of the day. And you see the people walking, the people that are in motels, the people that are residents. Then how about the children that go over to McDonald's or to Starbucks and eat? They ride their bicycle, they're kids, they're riding, multiple kids in a row,
Golf carts,
okay?
the golf carts.
The golf carts. There's a lot of factors that need to be taken into consideration from the Nassau Bay side. And Nassau Bay has never, I've lived here since April 9th of 1977. And we moved here. We saved a long time to move here. I grew up in the city of Houston. I grew up in some smaller areas of the city of Houston that were very, very nice. But this was nicer. And it needs to stay that way. And we've got all these things happening around us, but yet we're our small community. We had a business on the corner of Nassau Bay Drive and Nassau Parkway. I can't tell you how many serious accidents we saw there because the lights are all funky and mostly people running lights. Now you're gonna bring in people who are unfamiliar with the area, that are focused on going somewhere, and they see a fast food restaurant. What about the people that you have to order ahead. I read that too. You have to order ahead on the app. What are you gonna do about all the cars that go through that don't know that? It's not a big known fact. So what are you gonna do about them coming in and then some of them are gonna argue, they're gonna tie you up. And there's the traffic backing out onto Nassau Parkway. When you start looking at fast food restaurants, there's all kinds of, there's study after study. We could be on CNN, we could be on CBS. All these studies for fast food restaurants, same type, exactly the same thing, small cities, and they have this happen, and then they've got a dilemma. I was just in Massachusetts, there's a small town there, Falmouth, and they've got a huge problem with a Starbucks. And they had cars lined up because the Starbucks kept having to have new, salespeople, what do they call them, the coffee people. They were backed up. They only had 4 people in there. They had the cars backed up out on the street. They were having wrecks, they were having road rage from people like, they just want a cup of coffee. I'm trying to go to work. And the cars are backed up. So then this small town is now trying to come up with an idea to move these cars. And they gave the Starbucks, they have like 4 minutes or less to get cars through it. Keep them off the main street. So there's other thoughts.
Since I was asking a question.
Actually, that was a rhetorical question to everybody, Bob.
No, it wasn't addressed to me.
No, he was looking, but everybody, you asked the same rhetorical question, that was a, what are we gonna do? It wasn't what are you, it's just to everybody. Let other people.
Well, I think.
Let other people
Do you mind if I have a
speak.
quick minute?
Please, let other people speak. I got the floor. I mean, I'll let you speak again, don't give me, but I wanna have people speak for the first time. And I have a feeling he's probably gonna speak for similar to what you want, so there's.
Well, it's not.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Pizza Roca, 18226 Nassau Bay Drive. So Bob's correct, 100% correct that what we paid, this is our traffic study, right? That we paid for. What do we pay, Paul? 11 grand for this study that we waited 2 or 3 months? And it said little or no impact. All right, that's it. That's end of story. City Council, you have the fiduciary responsibility representing all the residents of Nassau Bay, right? The only thing we're approving is the SUP for the drive-through. Everyone is correct that spoke about all the traffic problems that we have, but do you think that a Chipotle and a Panda Express are gonna solve all of our traffic problems? You know, I was just talking to Roscoe, we said that right now, based upon the criteria that we're putting there, we wouldn't have allowed Chick-fil-A to come into our city, and we paid Chick-fil-A a tax abatement to come in. And these businesses are welcomed all around the country. The residents of these communities want these businesses, right? This will generate $4,000 to $5,000 a month to Nassau Bay, Phil, net, okay? So when you vote on this, remember what your fiduciary responsibility is. You may like fast food, you may not like fast food, that doesn't matter. That's not what the question is, right? The question is, and this was not their traffic study, this is our traffic study. And the takeaway is little or no impact. End of story, as I see it.
And that's where I take a little bit of issue, Pete, because the end of story is we're already in a traffic problem. That's what it says. Right? And if I look at things here, when I assess policies for this city council, you know, at some point you say is, are we at the point where we should not have more drive-throughs, period? Because we are already in a bad zone.
Exactly.
Because the only way in which you take policies in order to be able to mitigate the things that are causing citizens angst is by eliminating those things that could be contributory to it. And again, I keep coming back to the things here is I have a hard time crossing the bridge where if you have 1 car a minute for a 2-3 hour period coming in, adding traffic into our area and say that there's going to be no impact. The math doesn't work for me.
But
You
this
know,
was our
whether
traffic
we
study.
want
But
to
you
talk.
can look at the data in different ways. So when I look at the data between the current background and what it is with just the drive-through, so not considering the future builds, 82% of the delays in time in the evening are increased. Some of them might not be bad enough to make the letters worse, the ABC, if you look at it from that point of view. But if you just look at the raw numbers of increase in delays in seconds, 82% of those times are increased. So there is an impact.
Yeah.
It's just how you look at the data.
Well, none of us like the traffic now. I live on Nassau Bay Drive. I'm in and out of my intersection. It's got every third light. It has a 2-second red light and it's dangerous. And I think the chief will tell you that that's one of the most dangerous intersections, right, in Houston or in the city? Okay, well, how often you sending somebody out there to respond? Right, and Tommy Snedeker was one of those. So what I'm just saying is, this was our traffic study. It's a little or no impact. I don't see how you can try to reread it into something that you want. I see the only way is approval, and remember, you have every one of you has the
We have a
fiduciary
broad
responsibility.
fiduciary responsibility, not just a singular, not just your issue. Right, so it's broader.
Okay.
But
My
anyway,
issues are
yeah, I heard your point. There was
Okay.
another gentleman, I think, probably thinking the same way you are.
Good evening. My name is Andy Dadgar. I live at 18606 Carriage Court, so pretty far deep in the neighborhood. Forgive me if I seem delusional. Had a newborn about 4 weeks ago, so I'm a little.
You are delusional.
Well, yeah, having
Boy or girl?
boy. Mom and baby, you're both healthy, so regardless of what happens tonight, I'm fine. Based on the results of this study, we're already in a hole. Adding things that add to our budget, decrease maybe the tax burden on our citizens, similar to other neighborhoods around, say, Kima Seabrook, Clear Lake Shores, I know we're always the ones that are brought up because they have no city property taxes because they're able to fund it through commercial means. It says no impact versus a Great Wolf Lodge, which is how many rooms, let's call it 300 and move on. Margaritaville's another 300, not kids, but the budgets are probably a little bit bigger. The light cycles are already terrible. That's something that needs to be addressed. Well, independently of whether we have a Chipotle and a Panda, which 1 car a minute, if you go sit out on this curb, you'll get bored drinking beer before you're counting 1 car a minute. No one's going to sleep. You're gonna put yourself to sleep before you do that. This is not a significant burden on our city to add revenue generating sources that are going to buy a place that's been empty for 3 years that any other developer in the world had time to use to not put in a business to put in a business that did not need a drive-through that we all would rave and rant about. The city does have means to attract these already through EDC and other means. We already have Starbucks. The Shipley's is independent of everybody. They don't even come into the city, so we shouldn't really care about them. I see more issues with people going to CVS out of that left than are trying to go across it. And that's the way I would come home from work. I definitely see the issues with people going through the neighborhood. I agree. They go through Ball Harbor, but then they just stack up at Nassau Bay Drive. Those are the people causing that to be an F already. So there are plenty of other traffic issues independent of this, and the study identified those for those 2 pain points. So I see no reason to not approve this SUP for this use on this building, because it would bring beneficial dollars to Nassau Bay. Both of these are they're higher paying employers versus other fast food chains in the area. If you look at what the wages paid to staff are, they're mid-scale, I would say, in terms of fast food restaurants. So these are overall a very good thing for Nassau Bay. They would bring money, bring jobs, bring extra revenue for the city to use to maybe improve some of these traffic projects that we desperately need to do. Because it's not gonna get any better if Methodist builds another office building and they fill out the one they currently built, the Moody Center. I've already been caught by them about 15 times trying to go out. So we've already approved things that don't even need drive-throughs that have added to our traffic problem exponentially worse than this ever will.
My concern is, are we at a tipping point?
Oh, we're well past that already. The traffic study already says we're at a D, maybe an F. I can tell you going out that 2-second light, that makes me so mad when you see somebody who walked across 15 seconds ago and you get cut for the people at the apartments who get an 80 minute light over there. Woo. That's not what we're here for, but,
I understand.
but yeah, so I think the council,
We get your point.
yeah, I think the council should approve the SUP for this use. The businesses are permitted to be there and zoned to be there, and that's why we have this district in our town, and hopefully we can use some of those funds to help offset the residential price increases that we've seen across the board as home values go up and property taxes continue to be the primary funding source, so.
Good evening, y'all. Michelle C., Heights Center Architects, with the corporate architects for Panda Express, and I
Could
just
you move
wanted.
that mic a little closer to you?
Oh, sure. I just wanted to answer a couple of questions that you all brought up. Specifically on the Panda Express, there was a comment on the third drive-through lane. That's actually not a third drive-through lane, it's actually a bypass lane. So that if you are in the queue to place your order or pick up the food and needed to get out of that queue, you could exit and go to your right and bypass the cars that would be in the queue. So it's not a three-way, it's a single that goes into a two order to alleviate the stacking that could occur, and then it merges into a one. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. And also just reiterating, neither Panda nor Chipotle do have a morning breakfast. So it's really starting for lunch and dinner. And also just making Brian's point again, that there's no additional curb cuts being added to Nass Road 1, which I think is huge. And so that traffic would stay similar in such that, going back to the traffic study that you had mentioned, I have to reiterate also, with the Luby's that was there and is no longer there, something's eventually gonna come back into this location. And as Panda, we would love to be a neighbor for y'all. And Panda is so excited to be a part of this and be across from Nass Road 1. And they're two lovely companies that really have an interest in this area and would love to be neighbors with you. And so as you're looking for this, understanding that yes, the traffic study shows little to no impact, but something's gonna have to come back in your ear to fill that void of Luby's. And who you want it to be, I understand there's a lot of different opinions on that. But you do have an opportunity tonight to partner with two really great companies who are community involved. And they play a huge part in the communities that they go into. So I hope you just at least take a look at that and consider that in your decision.
Next. Good evening, council. Thank you for the license with me. My name is Chris Nichols. I'm with the law firm Wilson, Cruz and Gorin. And I've had the pleasure of working with Cole Valley Partners for the last few months regarding the Nassau Bay project. And before I was I've said this before I was a private development land use lawyer, I was a city attorney and served cities just like Nassau Bay for 15 years. And the things that really drove heated and spirited debates like what we've got here tonight was taxes, trash, and city services that were getting missed or insufficient, or people having problems, and traffic. And for communities this size that are in popular areas where people want to live, they want to work, they want to visit, success has its problems. And no doubt, traffic is one of them. And so there's just a few, comments and observations I want to make. The first one I want to remind everybody about is that as part of this SUP process and the rezoning, you had to send this through your planning and zoning commission. And I think they met twice. And, they did return, I think, a positive recommendation for the granting of the SUP, so I just wanted to make that note. Both times. Both times, thank you. Also, you know, to Dick's point earlier, you know, this isn't about a restaurant or the type of restaurant, or if it's high-end, or if it's white tablecloth, or if it's fast casual, or if it's fast food, however you categorize it. It's really about whether or not people can be serviced by the convenience of picking up their food through a window. And I understand that comes with, you know, convenience, and a lot of people use it. I know a lot of people use it for COVID because there was less contact. But your zoning code, in the context of entitlements, you know, allows any restaurant to go into that living space. And, you know, whether it's a popular restaurant or sit down, you know, anybody can come in today and, you know, file an application for a permit, and they could build a restaurant there that was wildly popular. I'll use the example of Whiskey Cake in Original, where I used to be the city attorney. Wildly popular. Everybody wanted to go there. There was never enough parking, and traffic was tremendous. It's really about the convenience factor, you know, and I just want to remind everybody, I know you all have, you know, the discretion as the legislative body to make these decisions, and I know you have a large constituency to represent. But, you're really just thinking about and voting on, do you want people to have the convenience of driving up in the car and receiving the order? So I just wanted to remind everybody of that, and, thank you for all your time and wanting us to hear the comments tonight.
Set up, can everyone hear me? My name is Tony Martin. Good evening, council and mayor. I appreciate all the spirited conversations, and we're just here to do the right thing. We have over 2,400 restaurants, nationwide, worldwide. We build about 80 a year, and we pick key places that we feel like we're gonna be welcome to the community. And that's why we chose here. We do an exceptional job at providing top-notch architecture and picking materials. We're not just doing siding on the side. We do beautiful designs. And just so everybody knows here, we have 48 seats that you come in and sit down. And those dining rooms are kept so impeccably clean, because that's a standard we want to achieve as a Class A fast casual restaurant. I know everybody likes to say fast food, but we like to say fast casual. So we would sure like to be in consideration of being your town. We'd be good business partners here. We're gonna hire probably 48 people for this location. Our tax revenue is north of, you know, 54,000 a year. And we keep a clean restaurant. It will never go down. And the reason why we do is because the founder of our company is Panda's privately held. It's the same guy who started back in 1973, and he'll be here. He'll be at this restaurant. And he comes and looks at every restaurant for its food quality, its preparedness, and he'll drill down on those managers. Those managers make north of $100,000. I mean, we pay associates $15 to $20 an hour. We're paying managers $100,000. We want a top-notch restaurant that's gonna be in your community and provide great quality food for years to come. And that's what we're here for tonight. We're here to be a good patron of your community. Yes, ma'am.
How many are you going to seat in the restaurant?
We have 48 seats that are available.
And what is Chipotle bring? Any?
Just in context too, just in context. I'll give you some stats about restaurants. 'cause we
48
know-
seats, so that's 20 not even 20 tables, it's like, what, 15 tables?
We have different arrangements.
Four at each table,
Oh, we
or
have-
that's 10 tables?
Yeah, we have.
So
lots
10
of
tables,
configurations.
4 at each table?
Lots of different configurations. There's 4 tops, there's some 2 tops, there's some bar wall seating. We have a lot of, whatever the.
So about
the
20
customer would
tables.
like. But we have 48 seats, that's correct.
So about 20 tables.
That, I apologize. Is it Tony?
It's Tony Martin. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
yes, I'm terrible with names, so
I apologize. I'm trying to say that.
How much even
not a sit-down
regardless of the
place.
number of seats, how much of your business goes to the drive-through?
It depends on the day, the weekend. I mean, I would say average 25 to 30%. Because we have an app that you can go to. And that's why we created that bypass lane. Because we want people to have hot food. We want them to show up there and be able to pick their order up. And I don't know if any of y'all have been in it.
But I mean, so maybe I didn't clarify, how many people actually come in and sit down?
That restaurant can be full during lunch. It can be,
Across your
I would
corporation.
I would say from across our whole corporation, we probably run 25 to 35% in drive-through. The rest is in the store. Because we provide refills for Cokes, we provide, fresh dining. The manager comes out and checks on you like you would expect in a high-end restaurant. So, and if you've not ever eaten in a Panda, go by there. Because we make small batch fresh dishes. Sometimes you might have to wait 2 or 3 minutes to get brand new orange chicken, and people will do that. They'll be like, hold on, I'm waiting for the fresh orange chicken. And what happens is the manager will just come and pull that orange chicken and get a whole new batch of fresh orange chicken. So, which is our number one seller, but I thank you. So, yeah, we're here to do right in your community. And that's why we chose you. We do about 80 restaurants a year, somewhere in the United States. And I've got restaurants, I manage probably 30, 35 restaurants across the United States and the whole, lower Sunbelt here. And I'm excited about this one. I'm excited about the community. I think that you guys have really spent a lot of time thinking about, things that impact your community. Traffic's one, obviously, it's a heated discussion. But I think there's things in place like, TxDOT's gonna come out here and reprogram the lines. They already said that. The traffic study that we did pay for said little and no impact. We're not trying to do anything that's adverse to the community. We're trying to bring additional benefits to your community and provide a nice tax base and be a good restaurant, be a good use to your city. We like that.
I have a question for, if I can add.
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Mr. Martin, over here.
Yes.
Got a couple questions for you here. So, you're saying that this Panda Express, generally speaking, across the board, 75% of your sales come from sit down, come in, order something, eat there.
That's correct.
And then about 25 to 30% come through the drive-through.
That's right.
So is 48 seats enough for that 75%? Is that maximizing that?
Yes, that's what we feel is a good amount. And sometimes people will come in, they'll order on the app. Then they'll come in and sit down because there's all the condiments there and gosh, they got chopsticks. Well, do I stay here? Do I go? Not get a refill on my Coke. So, there's not a real predictor of if you're really staying or really going.
And then you said so you have an app, Panda Express has an app where you can order, come in, and get your food and then.
That's correct.
Are you guys on like Uber Eats or DoorDash or anything like that? I would imagine.
Yes, yeah, we have those platforms, but people find it, we create incentives on our own app to steer away from that sort of thing.
So you could use Uber Eats, DoorDash, or the Panda Express app, and that's why you would use that bypass lane?
That's correct.
Okay, so you still have two places where you can order?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you have 2 lines where you can start 2 lines and then funnel into one. And then if you pull up and you say, hey, I ordered something on Uber Eats or the Panda Express app, you go to the bypass?
Right.
Okay, so there's 2 lines, not necessarily 2 drive-throughs.
Right. And so a lot of times, when a restaurant first opens up, we'll close down the one because it's really not needed. We're just trying to future-proof.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and back to statistics too, because I know all these when we do them. So McDonald's run about 3 million a year, 3.5 maybe in a good year. Salad guys will throw out 3 million. We're projecting about 3 million here. Chick-fil-A, those guys hit it out of the park. They run a good store they'll run $8 million a year. And I'm like, how are they doing that still?
They got good food, that's why.
That's debatable.
No, it's a different platform. And all we're trying to do is provide a nice fresh option. We have great kids meals. I mean, we do a bang up job. We're real proud of what we do.
But we already have
Question
something
for the
like
speaker.
Chipotle here,
I
so they're gonna
would
go out
you-
of business probably.
I think you were first, sir.
The 75-25, have y'all run specific projections on this store, which y'all expect expectations that will.
That's our anticipation about that.
If council permitted the SUP to be issued today, what would be the time frame groundbreaking? In other words, this traffic congestion, I appreciate the concerns the council has, the other things that are there. The problem is not this, the problem is already identified as the other things that are coming that we can't control. That's in my opinion. So what would be the time frame when the first time I could drive up to that drive-through and expect to get into the
As fast as we can get approved. We're privately funded. We fund all our restaurants out of the founder's cash. We don't, he owns everything.
So the tax revenue benefit to the city would begin to accrue in 2020.
Well, it's gonna be starting before that because we're gonna pay permit fees.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the operational sales tax revenue benefit would begin accruing in 2020.
Yeah, it takes us 197 days to build a building.
I think the goal was by Thanksgiving. Chipotle wants to be open.
At the end of this meeting?
Chipotle wants to be open in December. And I also think it's worth knowing that they do about 26% of their sales in the drive-thru, so it's.
Well, what's gonna happen when Burritos goes out of business and we lose all their tax income because it's the exact same store?
I didn't
free
give you
competition.
last.
Yeah, but then that income's gonna be gone.
Can you repeat your last statement?
Chipotle does 26% of their sales in the drive-thru. And they want to be, and then to his point, they want to open in December. So our construction documents have already been produced. They're ready to start review tomorrow. As soon as we get an approval, we'll break ground within a week. Takes about 15 to 17 weeks to build. We have a goal of opening in December.
And how many seats? How many seats in the Chipotle in Nassau Bay?
I believe it's 28.
Yeah, so just to answer your question too, we've spent north of $200,000 producing plans. So they're ready to present to you guys.
So help me, one piece that I'm missing here is because as I go through the numbers, do you consider a pickup to be a sit down or a drive-through?
It depends on what they did.
I mean, what do you?
I mean, yeah, we'll just, let's just for the sake of our, let's just call it the online order. Yeah, whether it's drive-through or online.
Is it food in a bag and go, or is it? sit
We
down?
we have an online order area where people come in, the bags are folded nice and neat. We make sure that the condiments are there for them if they want additional comments. So they can come in, they can also get their own soda fountain. So, yeah, I mean, but a lot of times people come in and they see our interiors, if you've seen inside the packet, they're incredible. We do such a nice job of lighting and murals and the type of seating. It's very warm, it's very inviting. And that's why we spend the money doing it. I mean, we spend nearly $4 million construction money in these buildings. That's about 25% more than the other guys, just so everybody knows. Because we own them.
So I got a question for council or the mayor, or you guys are Ryan. So Luby's has sat there empty, vacant, decrepit for 4 years now. We have a non-tax producing building, right? And now it's become a burden to Chief Cromie's police force because we have homeless that live in there periodically. So my question is, why hasn't Luby's been demolished? I'm hearing that the city's holding that up, or it would be demolished, but if you had permission from the city today, would you guys go and demolish that like this week, next week?
We would love to get a demo permit, I'm sure.
We have a GC lined up, ready
Yeah,
to mobilize
yeah.
as soon as it gets approved.
So why, who on the city is slowing that process up?
No, I think.
We've not even actually had the opportunity.
I don't
We're
think
just
it's
trying to
gonna
get
be
through traffic tonight.
Hey, Pete, just be, I'm not gonna spend $1 if SUP doesn't get.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Well, the building's gotta come down no matter what.
So.
Yeah.
The city
Not
can't,
just gonna
the
be
city
that.
can't do that on its own, they have to get court permission to tear down a building, and we're gonna have to do that.
No, not the city paying for that, the
I
developer.
understand, but you're speaking of it, that the city hasn't done anything, the city can't do anything about dilapidated building without court.
Well, the city can make Luby's secure the building, right?
There's a-
Yeah, but that's, I think we're going on a tangent.
Yeah,
I think it's.
I just wanted you guys.
To get other people.
Yeah,
I really appreciate,
I
I
just
spent some
wanted-
really good
thank
time.
We could do some code
I really
enforcement.
Appreciate that.
I just wanted you guys, I came down, I live in Dallas. I don't normally come to these, but I wanted to come because I think so much about this location. And I believe so much, we put literally 8 months of building design into this. We want to be in your city. So that's why I wanted to put it.
So question for you, how often?
Thanks to Dave.
Pete,
Tell you about
Bob
Bob.
has been waiting.
One question, you mentioned Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is pretty popular, but that notwithstanding, do you have a estimation for traffic volume you would expect through your location compared to what you believe Chick-fil-A might have right now? Is it comparable? Would you expect less volume of cars?
Well, considering they run 8 million and we're gonna run 3, I would say it's gonna be less.
So your combined drive-through. would be
Figure about
less.
half as many cars that's going through Chick-fil-A are gonna be added into our city.
Half as many cars as we didn't object to.
But keep in mind, we're only putting that second drive-through in, which we normally don't use, just to future-proof. Our owner wants to future-proof these buildings so much. He doesn't care if they're floating cars, electric cars, levitating cars. He just wants to be able to provide an option so people can get hot food.
So just a comment to that statement, so you're saying future proof as in like with these new developments coming in, potentially that would turn into a third drive-through, is that what you're saying?
No, it's just a bypass lane, is
So
all.
you just stated that to future proof it, you would wanna have that extra drive-through, I'm just trying to make sure I understand that.
I would say that it's a, what, Michelle, how would you put it? She's my architect.
When they typically design these, and specifically depends on the jurisdiction, all pandas right now are including a bypass lane on all of their drive-throughs, just in case. And it would depend on the neighboring, property, but that drive-through lane is intended to stay as a drive-through lane. Or
So
as
you would
a
not-
bypass lane.
So you would not turn that one into it?
At this time, no.
But I'm just saying, could you anticipate that would potentially be an option?
It could be an option. If it was an option, we'd have to come back through the city and the city would have another take it. If we would need to remodel that or change any of the signs.
So question for you, so you said you're opening about 88 Panda Express this
A
year.
year, that's correct.
Out of the 88, how many cities give you a tax abatement that want you in that?
We don't ever go after that. We only go after dirt that we like, that's in a great location, that has a great city behind it. That's why we're here tonight. Yes, ma'am.
I need clarification. You're the developer, which means you purchased the property, is that correct?
Yes, we
And
purchased the
then
property in
and
August.
then these two companies are leasing from you?
No, we are only.
How is that?
We only buy stuff.
You're
We
buying?
don't want, we will not do, we'll do a lease up north only because there's just no more land. We like raw land deals. That's why.
My
Can I ask
question
you,
is
Claire,
this.
Let me build on that. So you have actual ownership as a transaction of where you actually own the real estate without Luby?
We purchased the property in August of last year, submitted this application on September 14th. And we are in escrow to sell a pad to Panda Express. We will build and be the landlord for the Chipotle.
Okay,
we just-
I'd like to go a little bit further.
Yeah, keep going,
If I could, please. If, as a developer, the city has rules, and this is the second time I think I've come to a council meeting where the people who are purchasing the land or developing the land or leasing the land or whatever, leasing the property, they don't seem to know about our rules and regulations. They don't seem to know about you need a special issued permit. And I don't understand that. I don't understand how we get this far and they don't know what they need, because you also said, and I'd just like to go a little bit further because this is just what I'm listening to. You also said that, if you couldn't use these two gentlemen, then you would do nothing. So I feel like it's sort of being thrown down our throat that we do it your way or no way.
No, no.
And I'm really against it because
What would
I
happen if you?
I'd like to finish, please.
Sure.
If I
please
could
go ahead.
finish, please. It may take me a little while to get it all out. I, own a piece of property on, Vinland, and I live in League City. And I'm also on the HOA for Queens Court in Nassau Bay. So I'm always going east. I'm coming off of Egret Bay Boulevard, and I'm going east. And I'm going to pass Bucky's and all those places. And I have the overpass coming. I do this a lot. I probably do this an average of 3 times a week. The traffic is horrific. I can't tell you how many accidents I've almost had where people are already cutting me off or whatever. But by the same token, why did you not know that? I mean, you purchased something, but you don't know the rules. So I don't understand that.
So,
That we
Who said
could
they
turn
didn't
you
know?
down, we could turn you
Let
down.
her, let him answer the question.
What rule didn't they know?
Let them answer the question.
Well,
She doesn't
he
give a question.
He said that he's the developer, and if these two people can't come in, then he's not going to do anything. There's no other option. And right now, we're trying to decide whether or not we're going to issue a special permit for another drive-through.
Yeah. special
I don't want
permits are-
another drive-through, I
Yeah,
really
special
don't, but
permits are always done.
also listening to you, I feel sort of confused.
Like we have a gun to our head.
I wouldn't say that.
We
I'd
do.
Say, do you want to welcome?
We have to take this drive-through or not. We have to drive past this traffic every single day on my way home from work, and we have to like it.
Sir, I think,
Let Brian go ahead.
Go ahead and answer it.
yeah, so we met with the city. Mr. Lopez was in our pre-application meeting. He very clearly told us the SUP requirements. We made a business decision to purchase a lot. Vote hasn't happened yet. It's not a no yet. So we're just here respectfully requesting a special use permit that we are allowed to apply for. And we made a business decision, and we think have the opportunity to bring Nassau Bay to really great restaurants, and I appreciate the question. It's a good question, but we just made a business decision to.
Yeah, we're following the rules. This is no different than any other city.
I think they were wondering, why put down hard cash for the answer?
Now, why spend $200,000?
Why put down hard cash if you don't know if you're gonna get a specific use?
Yeah, it's what they call speculating on real estate.
That's fair question.
I don't.
Yep,
Alex,
sure, go ahead, and
I think, just following up with the question up there, I don't think I heard the answer. But you said 75% or 25%, I think 30% is gonna be drive-through. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I think that's the same for Chipotle, right?
Yeah, correct. Round numbers.
But separate and apart from that, you got takeout orders, and you've got basically Grubhub type takeout as well. What percentage y'all put for that?
I would say that's all in that same 30%. I don't know that I don't know that I've broken it out or heard enough from sales, but I would say that's a 30% number, is that all encompassing. The rest are coming to sit down in the restaurant. We have 48 seats.
How many employees do you employ at one time here?
So we have 38 employees. We'll have a average of, is it usually 10 or 8 to 12 on any given day? And we chop all our stuff fresh. We start with fresh stuff every day. It's not, one of the things that you have to do as you're coming on as a PAN employee, you have to go in a restaurant. Even Tony Martin had to go chop vegetables for 12 hours. Excuse me. So it's part of the culture. And, we really believe in the Panda family culture of, doing best for our communities. We give back so much. Every time we go out to the corporate office, we go to a Boys and Girls Club in East LA to volunteer for half a day. And I gotta tell you, we all lead very wonderful lives. And if you wanna really feel yourself get grounded, go volunteer at a Boys and Girls Club in East LA. Yeah, it's enlightening, believe me.
If I can, sir, just to get back to the numbers that Alex was talking about just a second ago, the 75% that are, so 3 out of the 4 people that are eating at your restaurant, how many of that, what percentage of that 75 is the people coming in to get, you know, the Grubhub, the Uber Eats, the DoorDash? Do you know what that percentage is?
I do not.
So
I
that's
can dig it up though, we can dig it. But we're saying that 30% is takeout, is what we generally look at.
So that would be people coming into the store, getting DoorDash, whatever it may be, and.
No, that's, and drive-through.
Okay.
Drive-through and picking up a DoorDash, but we create incentive and financial incentives by doing our own app. So, but then, I mean, those guys are out there, they're gonna make money too. I mean, that's, yeah, I wanna follow, I gotta get off here. Go ahead, sir.
We've heard concerns about frustration with red lights, blinking on NASA. How many instances of traffic signal control problems do you anticipate your restaurant being the cause of?
Well, like the report says, basically, narrow or none.
You don't think your restaurant's gonna cause the flashing lights that are frustrating people?
No, because we hope that everybody gets full and they slow down a little bit for our public safety officers.
What's your, how frequently do you anticipate cars going through your drive-through and express lanes during peak hours?
I would say that's 30% of our business.
But how long?
I don't know, the times are a lot slow, a lot faster because we wanna institute providing a good hot fresh food. Have you ever been to Whataburger and you wait for an order? It's a good hamburger when you get it, but I promise you, you're gonna wait. And they'll tell you, well, it's because we couldn't make to order. We make our stuff to order too, but we want it out hot and fresh.
And how
We're gonna
frequently
make
do you
that
have
time.
cars through your drive-through?
Pardon me?
How often are there cars at the window?
I would say it starts picking up around 11 and it goes to lunch rush and then people start coming in 1:30 to 2. And then it'll pick up around dinner time, because usually they'll start picking up, you know, families pick up for dinner, they're gonna go play baseball. You know, it's you know, and we're working to try
Oh,
to.
a car every 3 minutes, kind of.
Yeah, I would say.
A car a minute?
Ryan, what do you say? What are your cars in there? They're almost 8.
4 families, 3 families. in the
I have a question. When I went to one of the planning commission meetings, and I think Mr. Rainey was there, and tonight you said over and over again that the drive-through dine-in is like
It's supposed to be
25, 75. I don't remember that number from the planning commission meeting. I felt like it was more 60-40. Is that not? And of course, I'm trying to pull up the planning commission minutes to be able to verify that, but I was curious, Ryan, if you had the data with you.
I think theirs differ from ours. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I guess you're.
Yeah,
representing Sandix,
we're,
right.
we are a fast casual dining.
Yeah.
We don't even call fast food. Because that's why we put so many seats at and we want you to come in, we want you to feel that family hospitality, get that.
Only if you can find it. That's right.
It's 26%.
This is supposed to be a public hearing and they're up there talking.
No,
Yeah, public, which includes drive.
Yeah, and I well stayed over my time here, folks.
Yeah, correct.
Does anybody else have any questions? I'd like to turn it back and I appreciate, council's time tonight, Mayor. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's hard work, and especially you, the value citizens. We just want to be here and serve you a nice meal. And I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Go up there, Mom.
Anybody else want to come up and speak?
Residents allowed to speak?
This is a public hearing. This is, everybody can speak.
Hi, I'm Laura Ford, 1911 Back Bay Court, and I was at home watching it and I drove up, so I may have missed some of what was said. But I heard some residents speaking and voicing concerns about the drive-throughs and the impact on traffic, and I agree with that. I also heard statements and parts of the report that sound like we're at a C, D, F, we're getting worse. And then I heard comments, and I don't want to look at a problem and say, there's a problem, it's getting worse, so let's just ignore additional impacts on it. I want to make sure that council is looking and considering everything. What concerns me and made me drove up here was when I heard that if this isn't granted, nothing else will go there. And it did sound like this is an ultimatum, you've got to take fast food or nothing will ever be here and it will be dilapidated forever. And I hope there's other options where we can find development that doesn't negatively impact traffic and make a situation worse. So I'm here to respectfully request that council deny the special use permit. Thank you.
So, Michelle Weller, I own 3 properties here, 1880 Saxony, 1833 Saxony, and 1870 Saxony. So I'm heavily invested in Nassau Bay. I also every day have to drive out on Point Lookout and turn left to go to work. Usually it's a nightmare, so I go down Space Park Drive and turn right, and go out on Nassau Bay Drive, which is also kind of a nightmare. There is a lot of crime over at Buc-ee's. I think everybody knows that. So that did bring a lot of crime. And then there's a lot of crime over at that, hotel, the Microtel. There's a lot of drugs there. I think everybody knows that's a big drug problem. I don't know how that's gonna be affected by if there's a Chipotle there. And then somebody said that, Nassau Bay Police have to deal with the, Lubies, but we should just do code enforcement there and make the Lubies deal with securing that place if there's homeless in there. There's ways to deal with that problem. We don't have to get another drive-through to make our traffic an F- or an F-. And I know there's a lot of people sitting up here who had on their campaign flyers that they would do better about fast food and not bringing it here, and they do better development. And when I was on council, there was other people that wanted to go there. There was places like, and I'm not gonna name who the developers were, but they were places like, a bar and bowling and music venues and things like that wanted to go in there, but there was not people here that were willing to help me, get that through. There's ways to do it, and I'd be willing to help anybody get in touch with those people once these people walk away, because we have a gun to our head. That's how I feel right now. It's either you take this, and there's people who are bullying people to speak up here so that they're afraid. There's people sitting up here that want to talk, but they're too scared because there's people over here bullying them and shouting at them to get up here and say anything. But I do like fast food. I like, like I said, the In-N-Out Burger, and I sometimes go down Clear Lake Boulevard to come home when there's bad traffic. And when you get into that In-N-Out lane, you're just sitting there for that one, turn into In-N-Out waiting, and that's what's gonna happen on Point Lookout. There's a turn into a drive-through at the drive-through for the car wash at Buc-ee's. There's a drive-through at Starbucks. There's a drive-through at the CVS. I thought that was a good point, Roscoe, that you brought up about the drive-through for the drugs, medication. And the Wendy's.
Not gonna live that one down.
Right, but it's true, coming both ways, and there's the hotel there, and I think it's gonna be just a cluster there. There's, Nancy brought up the golf carts going on Space Park. I mean, we don't need all that traffic there anymore. And then also somebody said about the taxes, well, when Burritos goes away, because Burritos and Chipotle are the same thing, we're gonna lose that tax income. And then when you have those other shops that come in there, maybe there'll be another fast food, I don't know. You're gonna have even more traffic coming through there with that other shop when it starts to fill up. So we don't need to have, bad on top of bad. We don't need that tax income just to make things worse. So thank you. And all the people at Queens Court, they may not be here tonight, that 64 homes, the people on the HOA wanted me to say they don't want that. They come through the neighborhood speeding and turn around at our little cul-de-sac. They don't want that. Thank you.
I'd like to make sure that we include the comments that were done on the old business, number 9.1, where you had the discussion of study. That should be incorporated also into the public hearing.
You're not hurt again.
No, you went from that to the public hearing. I just want to make sure we're including what we did under old business, for that purpose. And, that's it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Oh, one other thing. The report itself needs to be part of this record.
Yeah, fair enough.
John Cush, 1423 King Street Lane, hit the drive by. I'm a reasonable person. This sounds like a reasonable request. As far as things that they have under their control, I think,
Hey, Phil, can I reply to Michelle made a couple of comments?
Somebody else hasn't spoken.
Okay, but I think I raised my hand before he walked up.
You'll get a chance.
It'll take me 30 seconds to say what I
Thank you, because I'm gonna start closing this down, guys.
We've been resident, Don Shelley, 161 St. Sebastian. We've been residents now for slightly over a year.
This is my second council meeting.
Welcome.
I intended not to get up and say anything, because I like to observe. I appreciate the concerns, I appreciate the passion. There's been a lot of hyperbole on both sides tonight. This is not that complicated. And the simple thing to me is the traffic is bad. We all get frustrated by traffic. When we're in it, we don't notice it when we're not. I leave the subdivision a lot. When there's no traffic, it's not an issue. The traffic is coming. That's the one thing I clearly read from that report. It has little or nothing to do with the approval or non-approval of this SUP. Is that adding a couple more drops in the pond, the doubt? Is there a tipping point? I think somebody said already the tipping point has already been passed. But the hyperbole is a little bit much for me on both sides. This needs to be thought of rationally.
Strategically,
Strategically, it's fine. Tactically, in the short term. But there is the benefit of the tax revenue. No one's holding a gun to anyone's head. Let's get that first. Let's back the hyperbole down a little bit. I'm not gonna engage that. But I would recommend, I would urge council to approve this. I would urge the council and the mayor to have the same fervor as is demonstrated here about talking to the area, text on the other things. There are things that can be brought out there to the impact that's coming from the grid. All these other things, that's clearly what the report said. No impact, basically, from this. This is a couple of drops. The wave is coming. And I would hope that as much fervor is devoted to dealing with that as I've heard you're dealing with this.
Pete, you want it? Well, Pete.
Yep, so my comments are you know, I've heard at the two planning commission meetings I went to, I heard the Burritos, that Chipotle could put Burritos out of business, and that was part of the reason why certain members of the planning commission didn't want it and voted against it. I think that's very dangerous when you start protecting businesses, and I think if you ask our city attorney, he would tell you, you can't do that. If a business is strong, it will stand on its own. If you have a similar business, like we have 3 donut shops, they're all doing well. We've got 3 coffee places, Java Al, Summer Moon, and Starbucks. They're all doing well. So free enterprise, right? Businesses that come in, the ones that are successful, the ones that are successful will survive and will do well. But I hate hearing that when somebody says, don't let them in because they'll put Burritos out of business.
Go ahead, Charlotte.
Charlotte Weather, 18230 Vinland. And I am against bringing in another fast food, but I'm especially against more traffic in the area due to fast food. And I just want to let you know that I don't want this business to come in, and it really bothers me that if they don't get what they want, there is no other business, and that bothers me.
Anybody else?
If I could just make one closing comment.
Sure.
You know, Coal Valley and Panda, Chipotle, they're all here because this is a process. And, you know, they're pursuing an investment and development in the Nassau Bay community. Began with obviously purchasing property. And they made the business decision to purchase property. And they pursued the city's process, meeting the staff for their initial development meeting. Believing from the things that from what they got out of those meetings, that this was a viable opportunity. And they pursued that process. As the process works out for anybody that's going to come and ask for an SUP from the city to the site, if it's an SUP required use. And, you know, they met with P&Z twice. They received a positive recommendation. And that's why they're here tonight. It's because of those positive reinforcements of this is a project that we think is going to be beneficial, it's going to be viable. You know, there's preliminary approvals of that, and that doesn't mean that council, you know, has to follow P&Z's recommendation, but, you know, they're not here holding a Chipotle or Panda Express gun to anybody's head. And they're not here, you know, threatening by, you know, saying if this doesn't get approved, which they hope it does, we hope it does, that there's not gonna ever be anything. But, you know, they have economic and financial decisions to make as well. And so, if that makes this project not viable for them, then there will be somebody else that will come along. And you'll have to deal with this issue again. And so I just want to reiterate Michelle's point earlier is, you know, you get to choose who you want in your community, who you want to be partners with, and, you know, we all hope that you choose, and Chipotle for that. Roscoe?
It seems like we've got, some confusion in terms of what's required of the applicant. The area is zoned, and a restaurant without a drive-through could come in and they would never have appeared in front of council for approval. So you could not stop a fast food restaurant that did not have a drive-through. They would come in and just put it in, period. The issue here is that they want a drive-through for both of the restaurants, and that requires a specific use permit. That's the only thing that you're addressing here, not the type of restaurant, not what food served, but whether a drive-through is appropriate for the city. So I want to make that clear because there's all this concern. We don't want fast food. If the fast food restaurant without a drive-through wanted to come in, they're in. Okay?
Correct, absolutely.
And just a point of clarification, the Luby's building, it was vacant for more than 3 years, for sale for more than 3 years before this company bought it, correct? So that for those 3 years, lots of other potential people could have bought that land for other use.
Other people have tried, just so it's not inactive.
So there were other people, but they didn't end up doing the purchase.
Yeah,
This is the company who's. Okay.
I can't say it.
Over here. You damn right.
No, I don't. Stephanie Clausen with Houston Methodist Clear Lake Hospital. We're one of the biggest employers here in this area alongside NASA. So I have been promoting Chipotle and Panda Express throughout the hospital because that's my job. And so amazing feedback. We have over 1,400 employees that only eat here in Nassau Bay because that's what they're able to do. That's as far as they're able to drive. So we also do large events, physician events, employer events, nurse events that we do catering for. So other options for catering would be fantastic because we're kind of limited to what we have that's local. And so to me, as the representative for the hospital, and I'm speaking on behalf of them, is that we were or are excited to have additional fast food or fast casual places to come in because I know that there's been issues with us being a nonprofit. We don't pay taxes into the city. However, though, with the amount of employees that also shop here locally, eat here locally, and do their nails locally and all those other things, we are putting money back into the city through our employers. So this would just be another option for us to go to, an additional option, not only for the events that we host at the hospital, but also for our employers or our employees. And then also just for the city, generally speaking. I live in El Lago, so we have no restaurants, maybe, but 2-ish. And I don't come here to eat. I go to other places, and I'm sure if you were to poll maybe even city council, most of you don't even eat local. So it's one of those things where you have to kind of think, it's not really a destination, and I think there needs to be clarity. I know Chase asked it. You said destination for the community, not destination for people outside the community. And so that's the thing, is that you're really appealing to people that are already living here, already shop and worship here. You're not really bringing in, no one goes, I want a restaurant in Nassau Bay when they Google things. You're really appealing to the businesses that are already here that have employers. You're already appealing to the people who live here. So you have to kind of think, when you think of like all this increased trafficking coming through, it's really, when you think of it fundamentally, it's not. It's people who are already passing through the city. It's people that already work here, or already worship or live here. So I can't foresee, obviously I'm not a professional about traffic studies, but when you think about it, it's just another place for already pass through traffic to stop to pick up something to take home. It's not increasing anything when you really look at it, because nobody looks, and I apologize for saying this in front of Nassau Bay, no one looks for destination restaurants in Nassau Bay. they look for amusement or tourism in Nassau Bay, then drives them to the restaurants that are already here. And so when you think of that, I can't imagine such a huge increase that we don't already have here through NASA employment, through our employment, and through just the general, all that traffic that comes down NASA Parkway. So that's my opinion. The hospital is very excited for you guys to come through, and I hope the city council understands that that would increase your tax revenue, because we would, as a hospital, 1,400 plus people, be also going to those businesses as well.
Well said. We can get ready to start shutting this down. Anybody else want to add anything different than what's already been said?
Case closed.
Going once, going twice, 3 times, and at 9:53. Public hearing is closed. So now we get the fun, guys. So, new business, which is 11.1, which is consider and take action on a request from Ryan Ramey, the Coal Valley Partners, to consider a specific use permit for a mobile order pickup lane for the use with the permitted use of a Chipotle Mexican grill restaurant, and or to consider a specific use permit for a drive-through for use with the permitted use of a Panda Express restaurant, 1600 Nashville Road 1, Houston, Texas, 77058, as described in Residential A, Block 1, Space Park Hospitality Center. Okay. We've heard a lot here tonight. I want to add a couple of things, just because I think there's been more communications that have been made outside of here. I think everybody here has been involved in a number of emails from a variety of individuals, some organized, some ad hoc, some just spontaneous. According to my calculations here, there's over 50 have been to not want to have this passed. I've had about 5 on email that have been in support, and it looks like there's a majority of support here, you know, at least from what I see, just so people are there. One of the things that I take a little bit of issue with some of the direction you were at, because I do a lot with the hotels. One of the things that the hotels say is one of their biggest biggest competitive disadvantage is that for people in conventions or people who have things that come, they don't want to have cars. They want to have places in our neighborhood that are sit-down restaurants. It's been requested formally that we look at saying how we can address that. Hilton believes that they lose business in particular because we do not have things other than pretty much a lunch or a fast food dinner type things. That's what's been told directly to me from the hotels. I'll go out on a limb here, guys, just to be able to begin the discussion. The thing that I got from our traffic study is that we've, you know, several people, we're past the tipping point. We're at a place where traffic is already a problem. And, you know, there's a couple of things here I can talk humorously, is that when you're digging in a hole and you know you're in a hole, you stop digging, because keeping digging just makes the hole bigger. From a safety standpoint, if I was in a plant, so that people know my background, I'm a chemical engineer. I've worked with some pretty serious things. And if and when, I'm assuming NASA is the same way, is you see that you've got a safety concern that is now at a tipping point. If you don't do something, you are pretty much personally responsible for any type of safety accident that could take place. And that's called leadership around safety. So in my mind, I look at this and what came out, and I hear all the numbers, but what really drives me is, you know, 1 car a minute for the peak periods. And, you know, that has meaningful traction for me. So in my mind, I think, we need to stop digging. We need to, if anything, look at whether or not we want drive-throughs, going forward.
Oh.
It's 10 o'clock. That it's at 10 o'clock, I mean, that's dark. Yeah, there's a little motion. But, we've got, this is a real red light, caution for what we tend to have and what's gonna come forward the next 5 years.
Well, as a mom, so taking my kids to a restaurant with fresh ingredients sounds fantastic. My daughter and I tried to go to a community and it's like, oh, it's Monday, it's closed. So having an option with fresh food would have been great as an alternative. But when I look at this page 5, it takes you 5.5 minutes to turn left off of Point Lookout onto Nassau Parkway. This will increase that to 7 minutes per vehicle. That's gonna take off 1.5 minutes or add another 1.5 minutes of stress to me, which is gonna take off 1.5 days of my life every time I have to leave the neighborhood during these peak times. So I still feel this potential stress of the added traffic. 5.5 minutes to 7 minutes isn't a joke. Yes, it's going from F to F, so it doesn't look like an increase, but that's a big jump of time when you're waiting at a light and trying to get somewhere. So that number just keeps jumping out at me when I look at page 5 of the study.
I would just say that I think we do have to look at the totality of the circumstances, and it's not something that we just look inward and say, okay, well, this is just another drop in the bucket. It's not really gonna have an impact in the future. But what we need to do is look outside of our community and see what's going on around us. Clearly, there's gonna be an increase of traffic. There's gonna be an increase of people coming in this area. And I think for us to stand by and be like, okay, let's just add a couple more drive-throughs, and it's not really gonna cause much of an issue. Well, I mean, for the families that live here and are trying, just like we said, to get out of the city or to go somewhere, it's gonna cause issues. Now, also, there was a gentleman back there that said that, we don't have control of what goes on outside of our community. And that's true. But there, as I said earlier, we have control over one thing, and that's, the traffic, the drive-throughs that we have coming in here. So we can address this issue now, instead of waiting for the future, 2026, 2029. And then like Phil said, we're past that tipping point. And at that point, we don't really have many options. We can't really control it because we've got two drive-throughs and a pass-by, lane as well, that could, I mean, she said it may not, but it could become a drive-through as well. Of course, they have to come back, but I think we really need to look at the big picture here and not necessarily just look at, okay, this is our city. It's not gonna have an impact, or a minimal impact now. I think we just need to be planning for the future, for the generations that come behind us and the growth that's going on around us as well. I appreciate the soundtrack.
This is a difficult, situation, because honestly, I think, there's a lot of the community that feel passionately one way or the other on this issue. And I think that, kind of as elected officials, it's our job to really focus on the citizens of the neighborhood. Respectfully, not so much maybe the commercial entities, more. Right, you have great points. I think of it kind of like, there's a dam and the water is building up. And do we poke holes in the dam before should we do something now? Or do we just let it kind of all fall apart? I like Chipotle, it's great food, love it. So it's nothing against the business model or what business is coming in at all, quite honestly. It is, to me, more about the drive-through aspect of these businesses. And even putting, if we were to say the traffic study, put that even to the side, but this is creating a commuter restaurant. It's creating a restaurant that will attract a lot of traffic flow. And it's not really going to be as much the citizens that live in the neighborhood, as much as the people that are patronizing it because they're there, they're there because they work there. And so I think as kind of protectors of our community, and the people that live there, that we have to think about, that aspect of what these drive-throughs will bring, the added traffic and the volume. And, I just think about, kids riding bikes in this neighborhood and, Chick-fil-A has been a mess for me to drive. Personally, I've almost been T-boned several times, in that area. So I don't know, I mean, I'm sure the traffic study did say good things for them, but for me, my personal experience around there, it's been quite, chaotic. So, that's my personal opinion on this. Again, I think we're protectors of this neighborhood and this city, and kind of, what we want to see happen here. And, that's my 2 cents.
I purposely went last since I'm the first.
So you got Ashley,
Oh,
second to
Ashley,
last.
you go. I'll go last. You go.
You're on mute. We can't hear you, Ashley. No, she's not. Is there something on our side? There's sometimes 2 mutes on a computer.
She's got her headset.
It's Alaska.
Her way.
Can y'all hear me now?
We can.
Okay, I was just gonna say, while I recognize that, I've listened to both sides tonight, I just want to say I was, opened my city email this morning and I was blown away by the amount of citizens, the email was just flooding in, to say, no, we don't want any more drive-throughs in our city. And I think if you look at just I-45 to 146, we are already the fast food hub of our local area. So I think this is really about listening to the citizens and what they want. And I was just at a Chipotle last week in Florida. I like Panda Express, but I think this is a citizen safety concern, and I guess I'm opposed to it. So
Now you're last.
I saved my comments for last because I'm the newest to this whole discussion, prior to my coming on council. I'm also conflicted in my thoughts around this because, although I'm not a proponent of fast food and I don't think we need any more fast food, I don't think Chipotle and Panda Express fit into a McDonald's, Burger King, Whataburger type of, Whataburger, let me repronounce that, type of bucket. I do think that when I'm looking at the drawings and again, this is my first time seeing renderings of this in detail, but, to Roscoe's point about the driveways and being through CVS's parking lot, I think that, that's a concern for me just in general outside of the drive-through situation. I do think that it will increase traffic. I agree that, we are the fast food hub, and I also appreciated your comments around employees in our city, eating in our local restaurants. I also agree that Nassau Bay typically has not been a destination location to come and visit or go to a nice restaurant, and personally, I would love to see that change. I think that we deserve to have nicer amenities that people can enjoy, and if anyone listened to my interview for the candidacy, you would have heard that same thing. And so again, I'm torn because I feel like there's revenue on the table. I am concerned that we're hoping that something nice and different will come in there, and to Roscoe's point, that doesn't mean that fast food can't just come in here. The only reason they're coming here to get this permit is because it's around the drive-through. So if Chipotle and Panda Express would consider still building with no drive-through, I personally would love it. My kids love Panda Express. I love Chipotle. I mean, again, I'm torn and conflicted in my own personal thoughts around this. And so I knew this was going to be a highly deliberated subject. And I also heard all the concerns of the citizens around opposing this or opposition. And then folks are here tonight that are for it. And so I can see both sides completely on both sides. And it is a very hard decision for me to sit up here and make as my first day on council. So I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Welcome to the club. Did you, you're last, actually.
Yeah, I am. I'm also struggling with this issue, and I certainly would like to have been on the board for the last on the council for the last 20 years to control some of our past issues, but I wasn't. And I don't have any control over what happened, what study, how we got McDonald's, how we got Chick-fil-A. But moving forward, we do have an issue here. And I can see both sides. I think we need the revenue, so I understand that. I know we can't choose a restaurant. I would be hopeful that Panda Express Chipotle would find another avenue to come to Nassau Bay. There are lots of empty spaces. I worry about why. I don't know what's keeping them empty. And I don't feel like it's council decisions. I feel like it's, what we represent. And the issue for me is, are we concerned about people that wanna come through our neighborhood and get fast food and go on? Or are we concerned about the kids that live in the neighborhood, ride their bikes, ride their golf carts? And that's a tough decision. So, I would like to wipe out everything that's in front of us and start all over. We don't have that option. So at some point, we've got to say, we don't want this. And we've had some developers come into the city unwilling to cooperate, like the empty strip center that's completely empty because we don't know why. Nobody came to the city and said, here's what we're gonna do, but we have this empty space. So I really appreciate Chipotle and Panda Express working with us. I think that's been a good effort, and I would hate to see them walk away. And I would hope that there's some way that they can find another space in Nassau Bay. But I do think that we have to worry about traffic, and we can't worry about yesterday. So I'm going to vote with what I hear the rest of the council is gonna vote, and that is to deny. And so, much as I would like to see Chipotle, and my daughter said vote Chipotle, I think we have to be forward leaning at this point and protect our neighborhood. And this is the beginning of it. And I'm sorry that it hasn't happened in the past in the way that I would have seen it if I was on council. It hasn't. Would I like for some of the businesses in Nassau Bay to go away? Would I like for the empty spaces to be filled? Yes, I would. But it appears council is going to deny the SUP, and I'm not gonna go against that. So I will be voting against the SUP also.
Well, it's been a lot of discussion. Is there any more, or do I hear a motion?
I just want to say one more thing, Phil, and that is, if we go down this road right now, I want us all to be cognizant and thoughtful on this council of, we are denying a business because of denying a permit, I'm sorry, because of a drive-through. So I know everyone is fully aware of what we're saying, but moving forward, this is a whole different situation when we start having these discussions.
No question.
So,
But I agree with that.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Any more comments, or do I hear a motion?
I would move to deny the request from Ryan Rainey Coal Valley Partners for a specific use permit for a mobile order pickup lane for the use of the permitted use of a Chipotle Mexican grill restaurant, and a specific use permit for a drive-through for use with the permitted use of a Panda Express restaurant, 1600 Nassau Road 1, Houston, Texas, 17058, as described as RESA BLK 1 space bar concept.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second by Lucy. Any more conversation? Any more comments? Alaska, any more?
Did you hear?
She's not listening.
Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Passes 7-0. Okay.
Mayor Howard said you'll make findings of a decision like this. I would recommend that you make these findings, that the council refers to the level of service consideration set forth in the traffic study by David Casper of ARC Engineers, and to the level of service on Point Lookout Drive, and assume that's been for an unacceptable level. 3, the driveway number 2 between the CVS and this site would be severely impacted and hazardous to pedestrians. And finally, the city council would welcome a restaurant use without the drive-through.
I would think you might want to give that napkin.
Yeah.
Or say something.
I'll give that. I'll get that.
All right, thank you.
We need to vote on that.
You need a
We
motion.
need those findings, yeah.
So do I hear a motion to support what Dick?
We amend the previous motion to include what is read off of the napkin.
Yeah.
Does it need to be amended? Or do you need an addition?
No, that's fine. However you want to, just be sure it's the finding, in addition to the decision, it's the findings that you made. That's fine. You can include it in your motion.
So we already voted, so it's already passed, so you wanna amend it?
Amend it if you want.
Okay, so we wanna
Move to amend
move to amend.
the previous motion to include the findings as discussed by our city attorney
In full,
in full.
and you gotta report it.
I do.
Seconded.
Okay, you have a second by Paula?
Chase agreed.
Oh, Chase,
He already-
seconded by Chase, I didn't see it. Any further comment? Then let's call for that vote, all those in favor? Passes 7-0.
I'll pass it to that.
There we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to 11.3, the discussion action on an appointment of council member to the Economic Development Corporation. Do I hear any motion or any suggestion?
I would move to appoint Mr. Joe Bauer to the Economic Development Corporation.
Do I hear a second? Second by Paula. Yeah, I was just gonna say, are you sure?
Yes, I think that's something that my time and energy would be useful
You'd
to
be good at it.
work in the role and work in
I
there.
think you'd be good at it. That works.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's still a meeting going on, please.
Thank you. Any other comments, any other, questions? Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Agenda item 11.4, discussion approval of Texas Outlaw Challenge Resolution. Paul, did you want to kind of go over that, or Lacey, did you have the resolution? Pretty straightforward, what I saw. People in the.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. So in looking at here, this is basically wanting the city to support a no wake zone on Clear Lake, June 21st, 2024, in order to be able to have the Texas Outlaw Challenge. So I'll see the copy of it. I saw that.
I'm trying to refresh my memory.
So here, a resolution of the city council of the city of Nassau Bay, Texas, supporting a no wake zone in and around the Nassau Bay Clear Lake area on June 21st, 2024, during the Texas Outlaw Challenge. Whereas the Texas Outlaw Challenge event will hold their 17th annual shootout on Clear Lake from June 19th to the 23rd, 2024, and whereas on Friday, June 21st, 2024, the primary event from 8 a.m. to noon will the Outlaw Shootout radar GPS runs with a buoy course. And whereas to provide the safest and most successful Outlaw Shootout Challenge, organizer requesting that the communities around Clear Lake support a no wake zone on Clear Lake during the duration of Friday, June 21st, 2024, 8 a.m. to noon. And whereas a hotel occupant tax sponsor of the event will be, and with the utmost concern, when the city supports the no wake zone during the duration of the event on June 21st, 2024. Now therefore be resolved by the city council of the city of Nassau Bay, state of Texas. So they don't want us to do any activity during the outlaw, and I think it's a good idea. Right, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the resolution to support a no wake zone in and around the Nassau Bay Clear Lake area on June 21st, 2024 during the Texas Outlaw Challenge.
And second by Chase, then, any more discussion? I'm gonna call for the vote, all those in favor? Passes, passes 7-0. Okay. That's all right. Okay, home stretch, guys, home stretch. Discussion action from Marine Workshop amendments to chapter 22 ordinance for waterways, no wake zones, buoys, signage, and creation of a marine safety committee. Were you able to bring them out? Even though it's kind of. So. But it can work. It can work. Doesn't want to see. No, that's not. Sure.
Okay, this one's in the one that, let's just read.
That one should work, Paul. Yeah. So. It's already this before. I'm sorry. Lazy, I want to you don't want to. Second. Yeah. We can use it. Just use it up. I can talk. I believe, how you holding up down there? But I mean, there's, did Chase go? Did we get?
He went to the bathroom.
He went to the bathroom. Oh, wait. Hey. You want to just take a five, do we want to take a 5-minute hydraulic break? So I'm gonna call for a 5-minute, approximately 5-minute bio break. It's 10:20.
Trying to go past midnight.
There's always one during a term, Roscoe. Always one.
We got a 5-minute break.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment. Part of my things was saying, when you get out, you know, they want to do more. We're doing. I agree. It really is.
And then she would have like her typical questions.
It's not gonna do it with me.
Be a part of it. Yeah. He does what he does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Pick up or anything.
I do love it. Except for it's like, oh, and I didn't feel bad that.
Where was it?
It's very common, just because people would say, Well, you know.
We're in two.
Yeah. Full on seeing guy.
I like in Texas. I mean, I got married October 24th. We got married. I mean, I got married. Yeah. Yeah, 11 a.m. ceremony. You know, morning ceremony and after.
Like, because.
All that meant was everybody was gone.
Yeah, I had a morning there.
Anyways.
I believe it is. There's
All kinds of things. We drove around in a bus, took some pictures, went to the bar. They had a whole wedding party, they go in with fingers. And all the things. As I went to a particular church, particular date, they already had an afternoon.
And there's that, I mean, you gotta.
I'm like, take a nap, whatever they'd be doing in the morning.
Yeah, my brother didn't do that.
They're getting ready for your.
It's like a Spanish
vibe.
My young guy.
When you take me out there.
Not tomorrow, the weekend. Everything goes okay Monday.
But they.
Monday. My,
So they. I heard it that way.
The capital, it's also when my doctor wants me to see the. On top of the pains and the ends. You need to get a call stuff.
Well, sounds nice, yeah.
I'm sorry. It's called MDS, it's blood, and, it's so rare, and mine is even more rare because usually that's white blood, white cells, red blood cells. There's. And,
I have in the past.
Oh.
Oh, that's universal, right?
Universal, yeah, and, rapid lesson, yeah. And, double transfusion.
It really is.
I have my start my second grade.
We were in all.
Don't give my say. I didn't say, no, I know there's ones I live.
Good debate though.
It's not a good one.
Feel better after. Every 2 weeks. So you feel better.
Yeah, I did. That's what I come to the.
Just kind of.
Did y'all move that?
Not working, you got. I don't want to worry about that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess one of those big, come back here and work.
Today.
So we call it.
We'll see. But,
Ordinance.
Did y'all move that?
my pet part. I order my place, my house.
Lacey, did we lose Ashley? Lacey, did we lose Ashley?
Yes.
You still get those.
But it's a good time on it.
Yeah, I did in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I was trying out.
You'll come out there, you are going to.
But it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
What's that?
Well, should have amended the ordinance. I'm missing that. Well, think through about what we need to do. We'll do it.
That's correct. I mean, that's what we're moving here. But they're. We're at the end. We're at the end. We did, I mean, there's now. It's true. It's true. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, I'm gonna call this, just call this back. Yeah. Guys, I want to bring this back.
This one's supposed to be effective as a clinical trial potential. Yeah. And I've been here every day.
No, just Ashley.
Going into.
We kicked her out.
I never been turned around. Just throw it.
No longer on the,
Just a little elbows.
We're back.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a little bit more than 5 minutes, but I'm calling us back into session. It is 10:29. And again, this is the discussion of action of the Marine Workshop, amendments to chapter 22, ordinance for the waterways, no wake zone, buoy signage, and the creation of a Marine Safety Committee. So did you, since she's not here, can you put that up? I know that everybody but you was at the workshop, so this may be a little bit of a repetition. So. Oh, can we get? Well, I guess this works. Yeah, this works. So the thought is from the workshop, or the suggestion was starting here, coming into here and down into here, all through the residential area. Bell Harbor and in front of Swan Lagoon. And Cow Bayou become no wake zones. Right? It's only the areas of residential marine areas. The other concern is not, I can't really see it. I was tasked to try to see about, because we as Nassau Bay only have half of the area built, thank you. But there's real concern about the speed of boats coming around here, because that's a no line of sight turn, as well as here. Is having some sort of aids in navigation and maybe even some speed zones or something along that line. But most people who do water skiing actually do water skiing through here. So, it would still allow recreational type things here. The buoys that people were talking about, I think, Tom, you and the chief were talking about, you know, putting aids where you could see where the 100-yard mark was, as there was maybe a couple 50.
I don't know if Lacey can bring up, there is another map.
Is there?
Yeah, that has it roughly outlined there.
That would help aid the police.
There you go.
There's your 100 yards.
There's your 100 yards. As the waterways ordinance, I'm sorry, Mayor, can I?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, jump in.
As the waterways ordinance stands or reads right now, rafting has to be 100 yards off of any property line. So your property there to the left or to the west, Seaco and
You bring that up a little bit.
You said our ordinance right now says that you have to be 100.
Yeah, rafting, yeah. And it's extra 100 yards off of the property. So,
Yep. And I think one of the things here, that says only rafting, I think people were saying anchoring period, that you just keep people to this side.
that was a discussion, but we haven't put that in the change
Yeah,
anymore.
correct.
What's in front of you tonight with this ordinance change is just to, take out the language of excessive wake zone that was kind of ambiguous. One of the parts of that definition is 18 inches above the already ambient wave action. So if you got, 3-4 inches of wave action already, you gotta add 18 on top of it. It's extremely difficult for us to enforce anything on that. So what we're looking at, the ordinance in front of you, or the amendment to the ordinance in front of you, is to take out any language referring to an excessive wake zone, and just strictly stay with no wake zone. Adding entrance channel to the lagoon and the lagoon, as no wake zones, along with what's already in the language of, the Cal Bayou area.
Chief, I have a question for you. With the no excessive weight, how are we regulating that right now? Are you capable of doing that?
No, it's, again, the officers on the boat or the fire department, on the boat, which they don't do, of course, but you're on the boat, how do you measure 18, an additional 18 inches? That's why we like to go with something that's very definitive.
Concrete.
Yes, very, very definitive, no wake zone in these areas, and that's, I'm not a boater, but, thank Councilwoman Yulin, my understanding is, if you got a boat, you know what no wake is. Excessive wake is, a little difficult, so. And there is, Chief George, all of Lopez and I have sat down, and we do have, the previous map that was up there had all the markers that are, and signage that's out there now, and the buoys that's marked off. Chief George went out with the, on weekend and marked all that, and what we have looked at is replacing all that, and we have a project in place to go out with some new buoys, no wake zone buoys, and also in this, where we're looking at right now, this 100 yards, putting buoys along that, so there's actual markers out there to show voters where they, a definitive line, because there's nothing out there now.
The recommendation was not just rafters, that was what the current one to say.
Well, then we'd have to probably, and Mr. Gregg, we'd have to probably do another, amendment to the ordinance, because there's nothing in there about anchoring right now, it's just rafting. So if we wanted to keep everything.
Wouldn't this is the first reading? Wouldn't that be something you could be able to do and have that as the first reading? Because it's gonna come back for a second reading anyway.
I would caution us on the word anchoring, because there are a lot of fishing going on where you are anchored and you're not rafted up and you're solely just fishing. So I have a little bit of pause about changing it to anchoring. I would also just say, we talked about the no wake zones and things like that, but I do feel like a committee with experienced voters on it, having a weigh in on I've had many voters reach out to me and say, we'd like to form a committee to discuss this type of stuff, to make sure we're making informed decisions and not based on one, meeting about it, I guess, if you will.
I think that's partly on here, and I agree with that.
I don't think we're opposed to that.
So, no, I agree.
There's no ordinance here attached to the agenda, right? So this is just the creation of the committee would just be, the input to create or amend whatever ordinance we already have.
Yeah, so it would be just to instruct the city attorney to codify another committee, which would be the Marine Safety Committee. And I would suggest 5 members.
Yeah, and not just voters, but residents, because I've heard about people having damage to their property.
Yeah.
Correct. I
So
agree.
this isn't it's not a first reading is what I'm trying to say, right? So it's not considered, it doesn't say first reading.
Um,
I'm just looking at the ordinance that's in the packet.
well, this says amendments to chapter 22 ordinance. Right, so it's,
Yeah, I'd rather not try to do it in the meeting. What do you want to do now? I agree.
yeah, I would do, but the key is first and foremost is we want to have a codification to create a Marine Safety Committee of 5 citizens.
Mayor, can I have some input?
Yeah.
Could I suggest that maybe we not call it a Marine Safety Committee, more of a Waterways Committee? Being we're looking at the waterways.
I think 6-1 way has, I don't know what the sense of things here is. My big thing is safety, because I've seen just tremendously unsafe.
That's fine, I'm just throwing out.
I would
You know,
say like
you're making
maritime
sense
safety
Or
committee
how about
or
waterway
something.
safety? What's that? I'm sorry?
I think that you're gonna be looking at more things in waterways in this committee as it evolves, so I would just say like a maritime committee or something.
Maritime.
I mean, I don't know.
I would like to have safety in there, just because I think it is safety.
So what's it gonna be?
Maritime safety. I like that. Yep.
Just have a question. I've heard it mentioned that it's the residential areas. So the big commercial building that used to be called the Lockheed Building, is that gonna be protected under this ordinance? Because it's not residential, we don't want everybody just moving from one place to the next place, I guess.
Yeah, they're under a different zone.
It is, I get it. So, yeah, so let me say your converse, because I think it's easier to understand.
Yeah,
What we're not saying is all our waterways will be no way, everywhere. We have not said that. And I think that's probably going a step too far. I'd like to do this in stages. I mean, we may get there, but I have a hard time, you know, for people who are out here in front of this commercial area and things like that. I think there's a demarcation that once you get in front of Don Hollick's old house and things like that, you gotta have a no way, because that's right. This is all residential, and to me, from the workshop, and you guys tell me if you heard the same thing. It's not only the wake that's there, they want people away because of the noise. Right? That there's a reason people wanted 100 yards away from property things, is because the people aren't worried about them having a good time. It's just that they have too good of a good time. And it gets to be loud, 75, 80 decibels. And that's very different when it's 25, 30 feet from your house than it is when it's 100 yards from your house.
You just don't wanna, if it's a safety issue, we don't wanna kick them from one area to another area, which is behind the big commercial buildings or behind the.
Yeah, so that would be right here, basically it'd be from the park this way, right?
Mayor, the small white section right there, the NC, that's the commercial. Yeah, that's the Lockheed building there.
So they could do whatever they want right there.
I'd have to go back, we'd have to go back.
Well, direction safety right now, it defines it as anchoring, tying, fastening, linking, joining.
Yeah.
So anchoring is in there.
It is, I always thought it was.
Yeah.
Well, and we just need to be,
We don't need
because
to add it.
if you have one strip where you're trying to enforce, and then it changes in another strip, just a little tiny strip, it's hard to have complete enforcement. So if everything is weights allowed behind the commercial building.
What is the consensus? What do people want? Because I really want this to be consensus. Because I know there's people who want to recreate somewhere.
Right.
Right? Right now, it's gonna be on the creek more than anything else, and the thought was it would be, at least out like here.
Is Ashley still on here?
She's not.
So when we had a boat and we would go from the marina to the lagoon, if that's what we're gonna call it, we were always very careful going around that curve, because I thought there were some shallow areas there, so you can't just go in and do whatever, and so we were always super careful and slow going around the top.
I would love to see, and I
call that whole area over there, we call that the flats because it's so shallow.
Yeah, so we never did anything.
There's only one area where it's not, right?
The cove is protected, you sit out there, you get all the wind and you get all.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing coming around here, right, is the shallow area, right?
No, I'm talking about the area you were just pointing at, out about Harbor and.
Oh, up here.
Yes.
Yeah, the flats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's too choppy there. They're protected when they're down in the cove, that's why they go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The area that you're referencing behind the Lockheed building, that part of the lake is sometimes less than a foot deep.
Right.
So people typically don't, unless you have a flat bottom boat and you're over there fishing, you're not gonna see people tie up there, because what you see in the cove is lagoon, sorry.
It's- I don't like Cove, it's like
Or-
party, whatever.
Like big yachts or bigger boats that just wanna be able to.
But how do
The
they,
bigger boats aren't gonna be pulling a water ski.
but how do they enforce one area that transitions to not enforceable, that transitions to enforceable? That's kind of, it, right behind the Lockheed building is
And
not
the
enforceable.
other concept that Ashley threw out was, yeah, why don't you make it all no wake, but then have the mornings between 7 and 12 where you make an exception for active water skiing and tubing.
Do we have, and I guess I don't drive down Upper Bay enough to know this, but along Upper Bay, do people still I know people have in the past, but do people still water ski and tube there? Is everything in the creek?
Very rarely, yeah, I mean, let me say this, we've been on there for over 20 years with 2 different locations. And there, you know, there was some water skiing, like really right up around the turn, you know, like 2000, 2004. But it's gotten to be such a congestion of boats and things like that, people don't go out.
Yeah.
And the 2 groups that have been the most vocal on this have been property owners, and you saw also there were boat owners with small kids who want to go out there swimming. And they come up to the cul-de-sacs, look and say, we're not gonna take our boat out because it's just too much chop, you know, too much activity, too much things, it's not safe for the kids.
I will answer your question. Granted, I'm not out of the office all the time, I'm stuck behind, but in my 5.5 years here, I've yet to see anybody water ski in that area, along Upper Bay. You know, and I do drive during the day and stuff. I think Chief George can attest.
It's mostly the creek.
It's the creek now, it's moved to the creek or Taylor Lane, right?
And part of the problem is probably all the people like wrapping up in the COVID, we don't exactly feel safe, like
You don't.
coming in guns blazing.
There's a, you know, somebody actually raising that, and I agree, open the door is that people say if we had more control over how many people were there, more people would water ski there.
Yeah.
People don't water ski there because it's unsafe.
But the worst boating accident that I ever saw was pretty much behind the Lockheed building with the jet ski that had no lights. And they got hit by a boat. And they brought the injured parties onto my property to get an ambulance for them. So, creating a, you know, no wake zone behind a commercial building might have some validity. Especially if it's 100 feet off, you know.
I actually like the idea, make it all no wake, except for like a distinct period where you can water ski.
Yeah, I
And
do
if
too.
you make it where it's, you know, noon or earlier, that's the only time when there's really nobody out there.
Right.
And let them have at it.
Yep.
I don't know what y'all think, but I'm just.
I know I'm not on the decision-making board sitting up there, but I like Councilwoman Mule's idea of putting a committee together with.
Right.
You know, people that are, you know, involved and giving us input. I know there's things that I would like as the chief to make it easier for us, but I'm pretty sure there's a couple people up here that'd be not happy with.
Can we hear what you have to say though? I mean,
No.
can you, what's an insight that you?
Well, you know, at the workshop, you know, no wake zone throughout all of our waters would, you know, make it easier for us.
Right.
To, you know, distinguish, but again, that takes away from the homeowners we have here who are voters, you know, who, you know, are over there, over by our marine operations building that have to leave their property and go out into the lake. How long, you know, how long is it gonna take them to motor out there on it and no wake? You know, plane, you know, no planing on the, you know, I mean, that's probably a half-hour trip just to get out where they could.
You also said no raft.
I did say no raft. Somebody cut me off real quick.
Not 6, not 4, not 3, not 2, he
No.
said just no rafting.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely,
That might not
but
go.
again, I don't think that's what everybody in the voting community and all of our residents want. Obviously, that was a big sticking point, so, and I'm fine, that's what, whatever you guys decide, but I like the idea of a committee
I do too.
I do too.
I think it's well overdue.
So when do we make appointments to the committee or when?
So we'd have to codify it first, right? We gotta create a. So I don't think, we made a point to say we wanna advertise both in the Compass Rose and the website. And then let's we can do it concurrently. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. 5 members.
Five people okay with 5 members?
I said,
Marine safety.
5 citizens, correct. 5 Nassau-based citizens.
Should we include? Chief of police on that?
He can always participate.
Yeah, like you can vote on.
Fire chief. And yeah, these 2 would be critical.
Basically, the people implementing.
You should
whatever is
participate
codified.
on that, because it'll be your resource. Right?
So Chief George, I don't know if he wants to sit on the committee or have a representative from the fire department, but it's.
It's gonna be a representative from the fire department.
Okay, well, there you go. So, yes, okay.
So you both sit on.
Again, I don't mean to get in the middle of the council's discussion, but ask our city manager, would you want somebody from Public Works involved if knowing, I don't know if we're gonna get into talking about bulkheads or, anything like that. Do we need to, or would that be something we can come to you guys later on and?
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, just wanna make sure we.
Marine Maritime Safety Committee is the name, right?
Yes,
Yes. And who will choose the 5 members?
we will.
They'll come, the names will come before us.
Correct, just
We'll
like
see
any other
applications, we'll see applications. and
Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct.
Have a cutoff date, I'm assuming.
Correct.
We keep it open for so long and then update.
Okay. But right now, are we okay with these modifications?
Should we should there be a 7-member committee with the chief of police and the
5
chief of
members.
fire department and 5
I'd
citizens?
rather have the citizens that no district, I'd rather have them be the voting members and these are the people who are the staff to give the council.
Yes, appreciate it.
Yep. Yep,
We need a motion.
we will.
It's not drafted yet.
No, it's great, but we need a motion to authorize.
We can do that.
Right?
I move that we create a maritime safety committee, composed of 5 citizens from the neighborhood, to work in conjunction with the chief of police and, Tom Borge on, how we can better improve our maritime safety in the community.
We get a second.
Second, any more comments? The only other comment I had was they have modifications already that they proposed that came out of that. I'd like to see we implement though, because it's gonna have to take 2 readings.
No way. Yeah.
The ordinance.
As drafted.
As drafted, if you would amend.
Okay, so I'm amending is this the first reading then?
This would be the
Mr. Gray?
first reading.
Okay, because it's not labeled on the agenda as the first reading, so I don't want to confuse
It's,
But it
those
is.
matters.
so
Did we change the decibel level or no?
we have not.
Okay.
I think all that needs to be discussed.
Yeah, and I feel like in that meeting, Phil, based on my memory, the whole noise discussion was the primary concern of.
Yeah, I mean, people were wanting distance because of the noise.
Yeah.
People were wanting, more controls. There was even talk around maybe putting mooring spots, control the number of people out there. And people want to know is, we're having all this expense out there, what are we doing to get revenue? And again, that's a bigger discussion.
So I would amend my motion to include the ordinance information, but I honestly can't even find the ordinance in my packet and I.
It's,
Amendment to chapter 22. Ordinance on water.
24, that's challenge.
Did it outline specifically? I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, did you got it? Okay.
And so the alterations are to create a no-wake zone in that area that enters the code.
There should be a copy of the ordinance with markups on it, of what's being added and being removed.
Sorry, go ahead.
There should be in the packet, there should be,
Not say the word.
there should be a ordinance, copy of the ordinance, and it's got markups.
Did you get that in your package?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I want to, so can we clarify what waterways we're adding to this? So the entrance into,
Yes, it's on page 5. Down the middle of the page, this section B, section number C, and then number 2. City water known as Cal Bayou extends to Lake Nassau Spillway, which is already in the ordinance. We're adding Nassau Bay entrance channel to the lagoon, and Nassau Bay Lagoon is designated as slow no wake zone.
What about Bal Harbor and Swan Lagoon?
I didn't include that because I didn't recall that being part of the discussion the other night, so.
Yeah, I think it needs to be in.
That's up for, obviously, council to make.
I don't know why we wouldn't. Any objection, we'll just stay that way. Yeah.
Can you?
There's a channel. There's a channel, yeah. I mean, I kid you not, people are really complaining.
I guess it's this wall, no, is that a road or is that the waterway right now? I think that's the waterway.
That's the waterway.
Particularly right down here.
Where do people fly? People
So-
fly.
So when you, I need to orient myself better to this map. So when you're looking at this and you're talking about the entrance into, our, lagoon
Cut across
space.
the peninsula.
But literally there's a,
Yeah, this is the one that has the water, next one.
zoom it out here. So when you're entering this part of, when you're coming around this curve and trying to get to the entrance of our lagoon, the whole channel of what's dredged out with marked pilings is essentially where everyone drives. I do not think you can make, like, if you wanna do it beyond the pilings on closer to Bal Harbor or whatever, that's a different story, but you're never gonna reduce the free range traffic, coming out of the Clear Creek.
Yeah,
Clear
my
Creek
concern
channel.
was more to do it in that channel, just so people know as they're queuing in to
Yeah.
come into a residential area.
Right.
That it was there. And the comments for others were saying, hey, well, let's, broaden it elsewhere. Me personally, I like the idea of the channel because people come flying around that turn and just don't even look at what's coming through there. It's almost a blind turn in itself, like down on the creek. So I'd like to have them slow down going into that so that they know it's right. And that's where all our signage is gonna go, is right there on that, on the tip of the peninsula, so that we really can communicate to people.
so what number are you suggesting making it a no wake zone? At 7 and 6, basically? Or 16?
I was
Talking about
actually
15
thinking 14 and 15. I was actually.
You wanna make the no wake zone starting basically when you're turning the corner.
When you come into the chute for the channel that was.
Yeah, that's where the no accessible is coming in right now,
It is.
that we can, you guys have a hard time enforcing. So I was confused by the first statement, so I apologize, I thought we were talking kind of further up, but, yeah, we did talk about the channel going in.
Yeah,
Around.
that's what I was, because that's where everybody's gonna read everything, and quite honestly, that gives them a chance to slow down,
Yeah.
things along that line.
And this might be a discussion for when we get into a committee, but the issue with the creek and the curves and everything, we only have water, or we only have jurisdiction half.
Yeah.
The other half is Lee City and Galveston County, so it's extremely difficult for us to enact no wake zones for, how we determine, exactly which.
I think we were tasked to go talk to the people who were in League City to see what could be done.
So anyhow, so what we're adding, is the area between 14 and 15 and 6 and 7, that channel coming in and turning into the, lagoon, and then all of the lagoon itself.
Well, but that doesn't take in the channel that runs by Bal Harbor and,
Swan Lagoon.
No, I didn't put that in there because I didn't remember that being.
I think we should.
yeah, I do
I
too,
think we should.
That's
in the
up for
channel.
discussion.
I thought we said in the workshop that was already in the wake zone.
No, that's Cal Bayou.
No, I mean, I thought we also said it was,
It's in
not,
one, it's not.
Okay,
It's not. The only place that I've seen designated in our ordinance is the cow value portion. Right?
Yes. That is stands.
Let me ask you this, isn't that halfway ours too? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
I agree. Shh.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think, I don't wanna, I mean, it's kind of lay out, but I think we're getting into a lot of committee discussion.
Yeah, I do too. I think. I'm just worried about approving an ordinance or whether or not, when we haven't specified exactly what region we're talking about, no way, you know? So like, I think if we maybe make the next meeting our first reading, once the committee is met and has specified exactly which we, like, you know what I mean? I'm concerned about this ordinance. I just don't like things being,
So
vague.
I do like, I mean, there's gonna be another reading. And I guess one of the things I would like to see is at least put down in print and say, hey, at least this is theirs. I believe the channel, just like the channel, you know, in other places in front of Swan Lagoon and through Bell Harbor should be included. If we want to give more definition of that afterwards, I'm fine, but I don't think we should omit them.
I guess we're saying, because the thing says basically, they won't operate a boat at a speed that creates a wake in any water so city has no wake zone. Basically, like, whatever this committee decides is no wake zone is what's gonna hold the cake in this ordinance, correct, Crummy? Is that what you from? Basically, anything that they say is no wake, that's whatever this committee decides is gonna,
Well, the committee would recommend to council. And
Yeah,
council would-
and then we will have our second reading.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, but I do believe you should have that as the beginning, because I think I don't think we should exclude a channel in the residential area as part of the scope. I just don't think that's fair.
I'm not opposed to adding it as a first reading, but I would prefer the committee meet and discuss what was the first reading and come back to us with it.
I agree.
The only problem is, we're not gonna
Come
go.
back with a first reading.
To me, that's when I'd say, here's the first draft, and this is gonna get modified and have the input.
It'll be a first reading again.
And yeah, if they be particularly get
Yeah, it would have
modified,
to
it
be
would have,
first reading, third part, it should.
it would have to be,
I think that's safer than trying to do it here at this meeting, trying to figure out what we're doing.
so.
Okay, so
I recommend that.
I'm trying to decide how to amend my motion.
So we're making a first reading to add a committee and make these changes. I don't see it as a first reading like that. I see it-
That fast, is it?
We haven't voted on the committee yet.
But then,
We asked for an amendment.
so we're making a first pass on this, giving a draft, and then I would assume at the next meeting, likely to choose who the committee members.
That's what I would think.
And then at that following meeting, if they had a meeting by that point, then we would make these changes to that second meeting. Or would we have to go back to the first?
Yeah, forgive me, do we have to have a second reading right after the first?
I actually, just because of what you said, it would be cleaner if we just did another first reading after
I think
that. I really believe it's cleaner.
Because then we can do this to kind of, I guess, set it up.
And the one thing I've heard from people is don't rush.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I know it's summer and we want to clean things up in the code.
But I want a good starting basis that has the scope of everybody. I don't think we should
As a
be.
draft, not a first.
Correct.
So my motion stands as it is, I suppose.
Motion
Right?
stands.
Can you second it?
And I seconded it.
To create the Maritime Safety Committee, in order to create an ordinance and work in conjunction with law enforcement, and the National Bay Volunteer Fire Department to create basically,
What about the first draft as to what should be included?
and to evaluate the first draft that council has on the agenda this evening and
Fair enough.
decide if the wording is appropriate and if they want, yes,
Yep, fair
if they
enough.
want to add anything or edit anything.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Haley?
Yeah.
So second by Haley.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
So all the channels should be no wake zone, right?
Correct.
So we'll have,
That's
the committee's
gonna.
Okay.
So we're.
That's the draft that's gonna give them.
We're creating a committee tonight, giving them our first draft. This is what we think should be in there. Okay.
But it'll come back to first reading.
It'll
Of
come back
course,
at first.
Of course, but I do want them to have some sense of counsel that says we're really most worried about the residential, waterways.
And also, and then my motion also say we will be, seeking applications for this committee and we will,
Just like all-
consider applications as we do all committees.
So, yeah,
And
correct.
appoint in the meantime.
That's why that, if you remember when we codified it, every committee has to follow that. I agree.
Okay,
Yep.
seconded by you.
So then, any more questions or comments? Then I call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 6-0. Well done, folks. Well done. Discussion of the budget calendar. Paul?
Yes, this is just, to start the budget review and then, just look at the calendar. And it's basically just earmarking, the dates for, 10 workshops. It's just put something in place.
This is not new information. This is just keep communicating to everybody the dates.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is laid out well in advance for planning purposes.
It is
So the first one is June 20th. Do we have a time?
6 P.M.
6 p.m. And then the 10 scheduled workshops, am I looking somewhere?
Yeah, right. It's right here at the very end.
They
There they are.
they are, yeah. Okay.
Again, I've learned you can't over communicate on this.
Yeah, this is more, yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
I can already tell you July 21st is good, or the July date, I think 17th or 16th is gonna be an issue for me, but hopefully.
August 28th is gonna be an issue.
I'll miss
It's
them.
going to be, it's going to
It's gonna be
be.
electric.
Okay,
What I would say is, my guidance I would give here is look at this, find out where there is a conflict. Feed it into Paul and Lacey, because we might be able to, and say what does work for you, because with enough lead time, we can modify it to meet with your schedule. It doesn't have to be these. He just took a start basis of every Thursday is an opportunity to meet. And these are the dates and times. If they're not, then we need to either move it or maybe we won't need that many, but work the conflict. Okay,
Sounds good.
there's no action taken here. The last one is the discussion action on the budget amendment for Founder's Park Boat Launch Project. This is an item that was actually approved, but we thought it was through the funding of the $300,000, and Jaime picked up that the funding cannot be used outside of David Braun Park. For the 300,000, there are restrictions as to what locations. It can do streets, it can do sanitary sewers, it can do water sewers, and it can do improvements to David Braun Park. But this is very similar as to like the ADA walkway in Swan Lagoon. The suggestion here is we make an amendment because Jaime believes we're ahead and that the amount of funds for this can be done out of the general fund. And that'll allow us to be able to accelerate, and make sure it gets done in this fiscal year.
when was this approved? I mean, I was not on council when this was approved.
Yeah, it was approved, I think, it was two years ago. And then, the funding was also kept with the code, the $300,000 for the certificate of obligation.
Was it set for a public hearing when it was on the agenda? No, I guess it doesn't matter, but it was set for a public hearing, because I just feel like that's something that would affect the people that live around it, very much so, almost like, you know, the kid course at Howard Ward, you know, somebody who lives, there's a new house right there, that thing is gonna be right next to it. I was wondering if the homeowners in that area was notified about this.
Isn't this something that we said we were reverting Founder's Park back to what it used to be, where you could drive on it and there was a.
So there's no parking in Fountain, there's just a turnaround, there's still rules on, Lake Nassau that you cannot have a motorized boat whatsoever, period. It can only be a paddle boat, a canoe, kayak, or a sailboat. And there was a launch that would help people put those type of boats in, and that's what this project does, is it renovates that, it refurbishes that.
The one that's already, because there's something already.
There is,
right?
but it's all.
That'll be removed.
Yeah.
That'll be removed.
It'll be moved up, is what we're saying.
So that's what this project was to do.
Is this more goose poop resistant?
It's concrete.
Okay.
The best thing is that they're power washing out there more often and
Okay.
quite honestly, the geese have kind of moved a little bit away because more people are in the park.
So there's no parking there to your point, like,
Yeah, so you're not parking there it's.
So let's be clear, this thing did have all that, and then it was renovated to make it not like
Yeah,
that,
this
and
is-
now they're making
Not
it that.
drivable with a brand.
No, there's no parking being put in on this. This is just a road.
There's no parking spots, Paul?
No.
That's changed, okay, cause I thought $8 were gonna have a couple parking spots.
No, I am totally against that.
Okay,
No parking spots.
and is the boat launch gonna be like a driveway, or is it gonna be like just a small?
It's gonna be, you know, but it's a concrete triangle that's gonna go in there. It's gonna be a
Okay.
true boat launch.
Okay, just wanna make sure there wasn't just a plow driveway right through.
No. I mean, just
I
go
haven't seen
in.
any
you-
mock-ups of that.
They're actually gonna buy, molds and make them as they put them out there. So,
then they'll just say,
don't sink them.
Do you have to carry your boat through the park now?
Yeah.
So I, back in the day, decided I wanted to try to kayak from that launch when it was there. Was able to park my truck in the park, and all I did was carry, those boats are all something you can pick up and carry, so even if you had to park on the street, you'd still pick up your boat and launch it, that's how I envision it. But again, that's me reminiscing on what it was back whenever I.
And the measurements were to make it tight so that you can't put up big ass trailers. Somebody wants to put a, big boat out there,
So it's just for something,
something
would
small.
it accommodate a paddle boat or something?
Yeah.
we get to a 16-foot
A 16-foot.
max.
Yeah, max.
Okay.
So the turning radius, you wouldn't be able to do it, so.
But you're coming off of the walkway?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that walkway would get expanded.
Yeah.
So that walkway would be able to, pull in your vehicle with a trailer and then
So
pull out.
you're driving back into the park.
Yeah, they'd be allowed to put back it in and to put your boat in,
So you're going back to driving.
so.
But not
there's-
parking in the park.
But there's no parking spot. There's no parking spot.
Are we gonna get a mock-up of what this is going?
Yeah.
They already have, so I mean, we can publish it again, I mean, you've got drawings, you've got a contractor who bid on it and everything like that, so absolutely, absolutely,
Maybe that should be put in the comments for.
So you drop it in and take your trailer home.
Or you park it on the
Or
street.
you park it on the street.
it's gonna be so much, like, if they actually use it, I can just envision there's being a ton of cars and trailers out there.
There was a truck and a trailer out there.
I don't think so,
Like multiple.
It doesn't really, it's already been voted on, so I don't even.
Yeah, there's no.
Yeah.
but please, put the mock-ups, I mean, publish it, so. That's public information. Any further?
Do we need to make a motion to?
We need a motion, because Jaime just wants to do the budget, he's got cash
You want it out of the general fund?
out of the general fund.
I would, move to make an amendment for the Common Park boat launch project to be funded out of the general fund.
Second.
Second by Paula, seconded by Paula, any other?
How much was the amount?
Hey,
To recognize, we have to do that,
what was the amount?
37,000.
$37,000.
I didn't make an amendment to my amendment. I moved to amend, the Fountain Park Boat Launch Project, amending the fiscal year 2024 budget to recognize the expenditure totaling $37,000 for said, Fountain Park Boat Launch Project. Be funded out of the general fund.
Second.
Seconded by Paula. Any other questions, any other comments? I see your button.
I think that's a lot of money personally, and I wasn't a part of any of these discussions. I don't know how long ago the bid was, when you got it, it's still current, like.
It is, we had it re-upped, so. I mean, when we
I
put
just don't-
something in, is I don't wanna do it, penny wise, dollar foolish. I've seen too much of our infrastructure not done with concrete and stuff like that. And it just fails. It fails. It's a good good idea for a little bit, and then you got a real problem to fix it. So this is to make it look, nice, straight, and done. They're gonna, it's what the project was meant to do. No.
I'm not voting for it because don't have a mock-up of what it looks like, and also like, I wasn't a part of the original.
I don't feel very informed at this point in time, like I haven't seen any.
So this is just for amendment, right? So this is just for an amendment. This is not to change, this is not to add money to it, this is not to do anything or anything along that lines. I have a motion and seconded. I was just gonna say, they just had questions, then we can open it until they call the vote. Any more questions? Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 4-2. Okay. Executive session. Sorry, guys.
Hey, thanks for sticking it out.
Yeah, thanks, John.
I just haven't seen.
Oh, yeah, wait, hang on a sec. So, we are going into executive session. It's 551.074 personnel matters regarding the city secretary. It is 11:13. Thank you. Right. Agenda.
I got this, if I can read my.
You have your agenda. Like to hear some, right? Okay, it is 11:30. We are coming out of executive session. We're now in open session. And we have one item, which is consider and take possible action on personnel matters regarding the city secretary. Do I hear a motion?
To make a motion, I move that we agree with the recommendation from Paul Lopez for the city secretary, and we allowed him to move forward with the contract as discussed, and to get a final approval by the mayor before it's complete.
Second, any further comments, right? All in favor? 6-0. You got it.
I move to adjourn.
Pardon me?
Second.
The motion to adjourn. Move to adjourn, second by Lucy, all in favor? 6-0.
He's that one. Oh, that's easy.
See the doctor?
No.
My opinion, I think
I'm
you're gonna want.
So, it's something that just is, I think it's gone.
Have a good one.
All of a sudden, it's late at night, I'm tired, and it does this, I bark like a sea. Oh, I gotta sign all this? Yeah, that's right.
Be careful.
Oh.